War Ghost. At night, there is a thing known as torches. It's the colonial road. A wanted killer walk in the woods, returning angels shown. For the memory keepers and evil minded shattered into a million pieces while bats storm throughout the cave. A man deals with the weakness. The glass butterfly house attacks is found inside a fish's mouth. You approach a deep in the woods on this route and beheld thousands of ghost warriors standing out. The mermaid whispers at night, the listener. I've come a long way from Death Valley, selling pictures. The glass castle inside the eye. You are most likely to die, but the sand castle's broken away by the evening tide. Apothecary glass jar, English ivy's mountain high. Burning the mind when the children cry. 88 stitches, spirits to El Moriarty witches. A man is knocked through a mountain and thinks about his sentence. You witness the graves you tread, and a man every which way was dead. The giant owl is not asleep and moves with cobwebs. Where a splinter become a thorn and the skin flint will die at dawn. There's a woman out at night who sings a nightingale song. In the lake there is the truth of a stone. We all eat soup. In India brave, we should have been chief officer to the forest aloof. Some catfish will escape your way. The spider will live another day. I am loaded on a cart, eat death by the black plague. Death by the black plague. Death by the black plague.
Yo, when I zone out, I pull the chrome out, I blow your dome out. I'm a mad dog, I start to foam at the mouth. You better run and hide. When I got my gun inside, call me Firefly. Raps all ironside, let the musket squeeze. Back and make custom bleed your faith. Couldn't measure the weight of a mustard seed. I'm on some next shit. I throw you in the death grip, leave your neck slit and your motherfucking head split. My rhymes are full of truth, living proof, bulletproof, wisdom fruit. Pull your tooth when I pull and shoot. I'm so evil, I rob my own people with the chrome eagle. Got more hammers than Home Depot. Since Christmas, I've been working on my hit list. I'll leave you dickless, I got shit sewn like stitches. I'll beat you senseless, they need the records from your dentist. I'm living reckless, give me the motherfucking death seconds. Top your body up and it'll be lots of fun. They'll find you in the drain pipe like John Walsh's son. The final countdown, I turn your city to a ghost town. Kill 3 little pigs and blow their motherfucking house down. It's an old sin, your chest gets blown in. When the chrome spin, turn you around in your own skin.
Thank you to everyone who joined us today. Out here in the machine lies. Blessings to all who are here. And we are bringing to you certain topics tonight. If anybody wants to hop up here, you feel more than welcome to do so, you know. We obviously opened up many topics during our previous streams. a whole slew of topics: philosophy, theology, technology, society, politics, psychology, manhood, the definition of manhood. We're not talking about feminism. We don't care about that. We're talking about what it means to be a man out here. How the fuck do I drop this shit? All right. You know what? Let me just put it right here for the people. And I don't know why, but when I woke up in the morning, the YouTube algorithm had recommended to me lots of videos. Interesting. Prince Paul. Yeah, Prince Paul's the shit. Prince Paul. Prince Paul Horror City. Damn. I don't know. Is that a record by Prince Paul? I know Prince Paul, the Grave Diggers. One of the founding members of the Grave Diggers. That's my favorite group of all time. You know, you guys know about the Grave Diggers. One of the greatest groups of all time talking about lots of different themes. You know what I mean? The founders of horrorcore. Horrorcore. You guys know about horrorcore? Horrorcore means gangster rap is lame. Listen to that gangster rap shit. That shit is lame. Horrorcore. That's the real music. When it's done correctly. Of course, there's a lot of, lame horrorcore music too. But yes, Burn Eye coming in with the topics. You know what it is. He knows what it is. Burn Eye. That's a real man. Burn Eye's holding it down. Oh shit! I accidentally closed my YouTube page. I'm trying to pin this link. Sorry, guys. Oh, all right. Here we go. All right, everyone. The link is pinned up there if anybody wants to join. But yeah, as I was saying, in my motherfucking
What up,
Burn
brother?
Eye. What's going on, Crypto
Just
Alchemist?
driving in some rain, some much needed rain in Alberta.
Yeah. Yeah, rain
Canada
is.
is on fire.
Yeah, I love the rain. The rain, that's like my favorite weather for real. Rain. Cloudy shit. I don't know.
Rain straight brings life and rejuvenation.
Yeah, like rain, like rainy shit, like just rain, like going out in the rain. Like I take my socks off, I take my shoes off, I take my fucking, top shirt off. I go just walking in the rain with no shoes on.
Ground yourself to God's green earth, right?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody ever does that. Just go like when it's raining really hard outside, I just go outside and just walk in the motherfucking rain. Look like a crazy person. But yeah, I love walking in the rain. I love walking in the rain with my wife. That's one of the things. Walking in the rain. I don't know what it is about walking in the rain. That really calms me the fuck down. Yeah, it's like a coffee and a cigarette and apple pie. Walking
Right?
in the rain.
It's one thing. It's just popping in to say hi while I was on the road, though. My phone is quickly dying despite being plugged in. I've dropped 8% in 2 minutes.
Uh-oh.
It's telling me I
Yeah.
got 5% left, so I might die at any point.
Oh man. Yeah,
But
the
much
phone.
love, man. Good work.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for joining, Crypto, man. Bless, man.
We
Yeah.
got a few streams we got to plan together still. We
Oh
got to do
yeah.
a psilocybin stream, a
Oh
megalithic
man.
stream,
Oh yeah.
and we also got to do a three pillars of Islam stream. As I'd
Yes.
love to go into some in-depth, deep philosophical issues of Islamic religion and Western religions versus the Eastern, and what your thoughts are on the fact that Islam is actually considered Western, not Eastern.
Yes. Yes, so we got to do a devolution stream. We got to talk about how humanity devolved, from that how evolution is false because devolution is true. You know what I mean? We need to talk about that. We need to talk about how we need to talk about that Kali Yuga, that we're all in, the technological age, and how it's a inversion of the technology we had in the past. You know what I mean?
I
That's one
fully
thing.
agree with you. And
Yeah.
devolving the human spirit and mind away from God into dependence of this technocratic slavery.
Yes. Which is like trying to build the homunculus outside when you're supposed to work with nature, through nature, alchemy. Instead of the alchemist, we got the mad scientist. And and that's the thing. The alchemist is like a scientist, but he's at the beginning of history.
And the
Whereas the
alchemists
yeah,
include God and spirituality and the metaphysical within science, not without. You
yes,
can't have one without
yes.
the other in alchemy.
Yeah, you can't have that shit. This bullshit materialist science, that's all trumped up. That's trying to steal people from the real science. You know what I mean? Looking at
Exactly.
nature.
They've
Yeah.
tried to bastardize alchemy into this satanic, devil, demonic shit when in fact alchemy was the science that included God to begin with.
Yeah, and we could talk about how Islam had an influence on that because they had
Huge.
alchemy in
It
Islam.
is from Islam. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, where the word comes from alchemia, you know, um which is like saying like the transformation, or kind of
Yes,
thing.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, much love. I'm at 2%. So I'm a watch from YouTube where it lets the phone charge.
Thank you,
Love you.
Burn Eye, man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're
Love
gonna
you
take a
all. Stay
yeah we're
blessed.
gonna yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're gonna take a big shit on this, materialist science. you know so don't worry about it. We got it coming up here. I just woke up in the morning and I got hit with all this fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know. They're pushing him hardcore in the algorithm or whatever. I don't know if you guys seen this recently. Just Neil deGrasse Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this guy really, he really put the ass in Degrassi. You know what I mean? For real, because this dude is talking about. First of all, this dude said philosophy is over. He said philosophy is dead. It's like I'm pretty sure philosophy gave birth to science. So, so I don't see how it's over. You know what I mean? Yeah, bless. Love you too, man. Thank you for joining the stream. A little Tommy. We got Tommy back in the house. You know what I mean? Private. Yo, JG was out here, but I don't know. Yeah, Jay Hopkinson. Yeah, he sent us a train hopping video. Let's check this out. Train hopping video that JG sent us. Let's check this out. Train hopping. What's it all about? Look at this shit. This shit looks intense. Oh shit. Damn. Yeah, that's what it is. The life. Taking trips. Taking the road less traveled. You know, the interconnections. You know, they're going to run these trains no matter what. You might as well hitch a ride. You know what I mean? People do it. It's interesting. To me, it's just interesting. Little stowaways, you know? People end up all sorts of places. You know, people living in the underground in cities and shit. Shit is fascinating to me. Underground tunnels and shit. Shit is fascinating. No. But yeah, the Grave Diggers. That's one of the greatest bands. You guys hear about that band, Grave Diggers? You guys know about horrorcore music? Somebody was talking about it earlier. Let's see out here. Somebody said something about horrorcore. Somebody said something about Grave Diggers. Blood Brothers. Yes. Blood Brothers. Blood Brothers. Yes. See, JG always knows the dope shit. That's what it is. You know, keep it underground. That's right. That's right. Keep that shit underground. You know, I remember they had this crazy song by Grave Diggers waking people up to what's going on. You know, waking people up to what the fuck is going on out here. You know what I mean? Let me see if you guys feel this shit. Unreleased. Shabazz the Disciple. Man, you guys know about Shabazz the Disciple? Man, that's one of the dopest rappers. Shabazz the Disciple.
Yeah, Shabazz is dope.
Yeah. Yeah, this shit right here, man. This shit goes fucking hard. Tells me about all this shit really just wake people up to all this shit that's going on right now. But it's like fucking man, how long ago was it? This shit was like motherfucking way long ago. All of these tracks were recorded between 1997 and 2001. That's fucking ridiculous. This shit's 20 years old and they were saying that this shit's gonna happen before the motherfucking shit with, like, before motherfuckers had cell phones, really. Wild.
In the population, start playing, panic, warfare, radiation. Endanger in the population, start playing, panic, warfare, radiation. Endanger in the population, start playing, panic, warfare, radiation. Endanger in the population, start playing. An estimated war date, radiate the planet. Oxygenated acids, population panic. Direct exposure cause respiratory failure. Behold the pale horse, the Holocaust impaler. Fatal plagues gases, warp the ozone. Clot circulatory, eradicate chromosomes. Anemic hemoglobin, shut down immune. Paralytic people roaming, throw them in the tomb. Departure of the heavens, mothership descendant. Thermonuclear fallout, cataclysmic ending. Civilians surrendering to ultraviolet gammons. Assault bomb shelters, distort probes and cameras. The eve of the apocalypse, prophecy fulfilled. Anathema metropolis, democracy revealed. A ultra microscopic disease imposed. Your culture try to stop it, anesthesia implodes. Annihilation protocol, terrorist invasion. Neutralize perimeter, prevent retaliation. Rush the Pentagon, seize the United Nations. Release our POWs or suffer radiation. Commence guard salute. Widespread cargo, looting the world cargo, put an end to tomorrow. The hereafter, I watch you bleed. The carbon dioxide, you're toxic, your head's lopsided. While inside structure of the bone, stay brittle. Your heart rate shrivel, your eardrums dribble. Pollutants and physical beings, turning mutant that don't even die from execution. Half man, half dead, can't trace the chromosomes. Irregular skin tones and hydrocortisone. Draped in the coffin, that orphan resembles the feeding like anemic. You're dying from internal bleeding. Plastic skins dissolving in oxygen. Non-conic vengeance without the use of forensic science. Countdown T minus. Panic, warfare, radiation. Endangering the population. Start playing. 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 Guerrilla warfare, all year radiation. falls here, low crawl or lose all of your hair. Napalm in the air, your apartment is gone, dark clouds start forming. 24 hours a night with no morning, no power, no light, no warning. This type bombing even makes ice start burning. Human flesh start turning into pink lumps of mesh. Slugs infested with death. Ain't 1 ounce of sunshine left in vertical villages. Niggas living primitive, murderous killers is losing their ice grill without the right skills. Liberty ain't a privilege when you realize all your supplies is limited. Blanco Diago controls all the cargo. Stash you a car full of food or get stamped with the barcode. Fool, grab your survivalist kit and your water purification tablet. You got it? Now, you can drink your own piss if you have to. When the famine and the drought hit your castle, before the battle ends, half of your men will probably lose half of their limbs. And what happens to them will be a small thing compared to the omen coming in, leaving niggas burnt wearing charcoal Timbs. Blast information infiltrating with radiation. When my thoughts and ideas start racing, leave your ass in the day stargazing. You'll awaken with your head aching. This shit is ours for the taking. Taking and stop complaining, faking, wasting time making whack bombs. I'll tell you for the first and last time. Front, your ass is mine. Click, black, flatline, back to combine. Sick shit with tracks, knock the illmatic to drip non-stop. And tits don't let me get that itch. I start to twitch, give your organic computer a glitch. If I was to keep your eyes open, you'll be chain smoking cigarettes, laying in your deathbed soaking. But sweating during bad dreams. Evacuate the fucking vaccine is your only vaccine. Like a crack fiend, I got mad schemes. You can ask queen, don't make me make your fucking ass scream.
Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start playing. 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 Panic.
Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. A warning, straight up.
You ever get into Mob Deep?
Hell yeah.
Oh, they got the best beats, sinister beats, man.
The greatest producers of all time. The Alchemist.
Havoc.
Havoc is great too. Havoc is great too. But yeah, the Alchemist. Some of those Alchemist beats.
Yeah.
I think that beat, start of the ending beat. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
That's like one of the greatest beats I've ever fucking heard. Yeah.
I used to constantly play Mob Deep. Constantly. Troy Flav. Holy shit.
I don't know if we get pop for playing that shit, but I would definitely play start of the ending. You know what I mean? Where he's like, shit. Yes, it's such a deep song, you know. I don't know. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, this fuck ass loser, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Man, I don't know why I got recommended this video by YouTube. I was looking at this shit. Man, they say such weird fucking shit in this video. And this bitch actually says, we're gonna go into a new age with Elon Musk and all that. I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck are you? Like, holy shit, hopium, crazy hopium from these cats. It's fucking crazy. Even though there's warfare, plague, radiation, I mean, all coming from the scientists, and they're trying to pretend like the same science is gonna save humanity. These fucking disgusting cocksuckers. And this fucking dude is one of them. And then he likes to get fucked in the ass by Bill Nye, the science guy. It's disgusting. Interracial relationship that he has with Bill Nye, the science guy. You guys know about this. This disgusting stuff.
Hemisphere. One of the major ways.
What the fuck?
As Phil
Are you
can
guys
tell you,
seen
there are
this?
plenty of ways in which space can kill us and wipe out the Earth. And so some people in a more romantic state of mind think of human spaceflight as a way of ensuring long-time survival of the species. Is that at all a part of these discussions at the
What the fuck is this? Space is gonna kill you, so you need to like go to space to save humanity? I don't think this bitch thought about that question before she asked it. But yeah, clearly your line of questioning lacks any fucking coherence at all. Like
this time? Is this more just an individual driver for people?
Well,
in the
you
space
look at the
program
cover
currently
of the TAM9 brochure. What do we call it? Episode
Program.
guide. Yeah, program. It's this whimsical thing about the future, but terraforming Mars is not as easy as it looks.
But it is. I bet we'd all agree, though, at some point in the long-term future.
yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. Yeah, trust me, we're gonna ask some guy who made a TV show and wears a bow tie how it's done. Give me a fucking break, dude. Like, yeah. You're just gonna make statements about, oh, terraforming Mars is not as easy as it looks. Yeah, you know how to generate life on a planet that has no life? Come on, dude. Like, let's get fucking real here. Like, what are you talking about?
The future of humanity is in space. It's a part of. We want to diversify. We're all in a one-shot thing here on Earth, and so I have no problem with ultimately colonizing other systems.
It's delusional. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, he's just all for colonizing other systems for the sake of our own survival. You know, how's that going to help us survive? The goal seems kind of circular. You terraform planets to go and use them as a launch off place so you can go and explore and terraform other planets. To do what? So you're just expanding, and this rootless expansion is supposed to serve what end? And these are the goals of scientists. Yeah, we're just supposed to propel forward, just terraform other planets, just go to the. Why should all of humanity be dedicated to this effort? It's kind of like a then what problem. Like why the fuck would we go to other planets to terraform them so that we could use them as a launch base to go terraform other planets? When does the cycle end, and what do we gain by doing it? I mean, we'll definitely sacrifice tons of humans in order to terraform the new planet. But what the fuck will we gain from there? Resources, like what? I mean, yeah.
Oh.
This crops up in a different way. There's a telescope called the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, 10-meter telescope designed to survey the sky once every 3 nights from the southern hemisphere. One of the major ways.
What the hell? He should have told that. He should have said, "Shut up, bitch." Shush, shush, shush. Why are these people acting like children? And what's so funny about it?
One of the major justifications for its funding is it could find that killer asteroid and give us years. And I know this
nerds
NSF video they're showing. It'll give us a couple of years chance to figure out how to get that sucker somewhere else other than killing us. And so we can justify science by saying we're going to prolong human beings by protecting our own planet with the LSST in this case. So you can fund science by saving humans.
The only preventable natural disaster is the near-Earth object getting too near.
But I have to rebut Larry here.
Lawrence. Yeah, thank you.
Lawrence.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to go to space. I mean, if we're fighting something from reaching the Earth, but we're terraforming other planets, it's kind of like having your foot in one boat, you know, in two different motherfucking boats going down a fucking river instead of fucking, you know, being on Earth, like putting all your eggs in one basket. Like that doesn't seem like what we're doing by just staying on Earth. But like you're gonna eliminate this fucking asteroid, and that's how you justify science? I just don't understand. Like, why would you have to justify science, you know, in the first place? You know, if it's leading to the progress of humanity and all of these things, you know, why are you worried about justifying the pursuit of science? And you want us all to believe you're going to save humanity in the process of just doing your regular job. That seems a little grandiose. You know, there's like not even one fucking group of people on Earth that all go like, you know, we're all in the same fucking boat. You know, and you're all going to go, yeah, you know, oh, just us scientists. We're especially responsible for saving all of humanity. Saving them from what? You know, a lot of the so-called misery that they're saving us from is you know, human generated through technology that's created by scientists.
Neil, make it short because our keynote speaker is a real diva. So I don't want to eat into his time. I don't want to eat into his time because you know what he's like. So real short. Here we go.
It's real short. I'm guessing, Lawrence, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just guessing that whatever it takes to terraform Mars and move 1 billion people there so that we're a multi-planet species so that one planet does not go extinct from an asteroid, whatever effort that is, that's probably more than what it takes to deflect an asteroid.
The journey to become...
Oh, son of a bitch. What is it?
University of Phoenix.
Yeah, I thought they figured out University of Phoenix was a total scam. They were giving people fake degrees and shit. I don't even fucking know.
Jean-Baptiste, Emmanuel, Zor. Now, Sheila, I've heard you been sitting up here questioning why we would want to go to a interplanetary solar system instead of just a single planetary system. It's because we always have to grow as humanity. So people can have nice little happy kids. They can grow up and have nice little happy kids like them. That takes industry and jobs and bigger planets, more industry. It also promotes the war industry. More nations to fight with, more profit to be made from wars. Have you happened to see a box of 5 stones in the vicinity?
We got this kind of character here that's been unleashed. This fucking damn, that's an ugly motherfucker. What show is this?
Well, that's Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg. That's from The Fifth Element.
The Fifth?
It's a good sci-fi movie that could have went and been sequel to sci-fi movies. Maybe in a different time.
We need to talk about Lost at some point.
We do. But you understand, to make the planet, you have to recreate the greenhouse effect. This is done most easily by nuking both poles of that planet. Starting the greenhouse effect that we have too much of, you need more of it where there is none. So once you nuke them 2 poles of that planet, you're going to simulate having lots of fossil fuel engines just burrowing away day in, day night until you make a nice little greenhouse effect. That starts up atmosphere. That's where you can terraform plant life and water and animal life. You have to do a proverbial sci-fi Noah's Ark to get another planet started. I don't know why people say there's no water in space. There's water all over space. Water all over the moon from crystals, drop-in crystals with ice. There's ice floating out there all through space. from God knows where. I don't know if we can drink it. But if we can, it's out there.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Bruce Willis is in The Fifth Element. See, you synchronize. He has sex with that Mila Jovovich by the end. She's a clone, you know. She's a clone of an alien. He got his hand chopped off at the beginning. Back in our time.
I gotta say, I'm partial to Bruce Willis only because of that movie 12 Monkeys.
12 Monkeys is also one of my favorite Brad Pitt roles. Whenever he's that crazy dude.
12 Monkeys.
Yeah, it's a badass movie. I have that on my Apocalypse hard drive.
That's the shit.
When I was homeless in an RV, 12 Monkeys was one of my regular rotation morale movies.
I think they filmed that in Philly.
Yeah, I've seen like 12 movies.
Yeah, it was in Philly.
And 12
you
Monkeys.
Can tell the way the city looks. And I was talking to somebody on a panel. Was it on this panel we met the guy that knew the homeless guy from 12 Monkeys? Is that you? I was probably talking to you about 12 Monkeys, but somebody told us they knew the guy that's like, it's in your teeth. So pull all my teeth out. Fuck, what panel was I on, man? Who was that? Chat? One of you fuckers followed me around.
This chat is, this is a different chat. This chat is a different animal than most chats. This fucking chat.
All the losers coming here. You're talking about the duck couple and all those fuckers that just want the fucking bloodbath. Yeah, they suck. I go to way better panels than yours for the chat. And don't get me wrong. Across the panel verse, not only is the chat the foundation of everything, but it's also shit. Like the chat is the pink ooze. The chat is the pink ooze from Ghostbusters 2.
Look at this chat. Look at this
chat. I can't right now. I'm trying to download Talcott.
These are not losers. These are winners, Holmes.
I'll share some of the chats. Hold on.
Ken before the storm.
Stupid show.
Fuck
Cam. That motherfucker follows me around all day riding my dick. Ken before the storm.
Razvan is a winner.
Okay, Razvan is a winner. Razvan 220 is my brother in Christ. Ken before the storm fucking suck ass. No, he's a fucking dipshit. He was gonna get himself killed.
No, Kim's a genius.
Yeah, he's a real genius. He's a fucking moron.
What about Jessica Jane? Jessica Jane is she's a really sweet lady.
She would be great if she would have found a strong Christian husband to keep her ass in line. She's a nice lady, but she's dishonorable.
You can't say Neurojack's a loser.
Neurojack's one of my best friends to make on the panel verse.
He's got real skills.
No, he's just a good dude. He's a legit, I believe he is a Christian.
Not 42U. I mean, this cat is off the chain. This cat be saying
he's got his moments, but I know him like a long time. Look,
TC
I know most of these people as hate followers, dude.
I like these guys.
Yeah, because everyone sucks you off because you're the typical shaggy stoner of the panel verse. You're the Muslim shaggy stoner. You need a big fucking Great Dane or whatever the fuck they are. A Marmaduke. You need a fucking Marmaduke.
Can you name any other Muslim stoners?
No, I'm surprised you've got all your fingers or your hands for being a Muslim stoner. Are you not on the run from your people?
I'm the only one of my kind, yo.
I know, man. Every time, like, I believe you're Muslim, but then all the stuff you do and you're like not sweating it. I'm like, oh, you're like
this dude right here is this shit. Talcott Express. I love this fucking dude. Talcott.
Does your dad smoke weed, Mom?
Hell no.
No, he's probably like, what's your real name again?
He thinks it causes serious psychosis. He's a doctor.
Muhammad.
So he thinks that shit is fucking.
Damn it, Muhammad! I give you the name and you smoke the weed.
Austin Murphy's a homie.
He's a homo.
No, he's a homie.
He's the stupidest of the Plate Planet people, man. He is stupid. I hope he took a bunch of concussions from explosions in Iraq. Then I can excuse him for how fucking retarded he is.
You don't know that guy yet, Muhammad. He sucks.
That takes a lot of courage, though. You know, it takes courage.
He only sucks because he's fucking stupid.
Valor. Well, people got their own,
Yeah,
philosophy.
he is.
I know. He's got like
Got
a
his
more
own
nihilistic,
stupid. Yeah.
take, but some people are more black pilled,
No, he used to try and say he's a fucking physicist, and I swatted that down real quick, and I never let up on it. You are not a collegiate physicist.
Well, that's what I'm saying here is like, what do they got to claim here? Look at what they're claiming.
Yeah, they have the institutional science learning. That's one of the few things you can count on institutional learning. Because with math and sciences, you can prove it to yourself. It's
but
not
here's what
you're
I'm saying.
reciting what was told to you. You can run the numbers. You can do the shit.
Here's what I'm saying. These two on the panel, these motherfuckers here, the two non-scientists on the panel are saying that that terraforming another planet is a total fucking waste of time. It's
Depends
like
on how
why
bad
do we
you
want to
need the
do that?
planet.
Huh?
Depends on how bad you need the spare planet to say it's a waste of time.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. They're saying you wouldn't need it at all. They're saying at best you're gonna get commercial space flight where niggas just go and sit. They just go and sit like up in the fucking space station and just look at the fucking Earth. But they're not gonna be like out.
The fuck we're not.
Yeah, they're not gonna be on other planets. Like living
every
on other
country is taking turns sending unmanned drones to the moon, and that's how we know there's fucking all kinds of water on the moon.
Yes. Yeah, and they go over that. They go over that because the drones, and we're gonna get to that. The drones are not as like sending a drone is not like sending a human.
Exactly.
Yeah, in any fucking capacity.
That's why we also
totally
have
different project.
telescopes that are just drifting like forever further away and sending back signals of the picture.
Y'all hold the panel fucking down if my internet fails.
Goddamn right I will. Now listen up, you fucking mooks. You go to fucking space. There's all kinds of water in the moon from all those comets and meteors hitting with crystals that contain water. And China brought some back. And they did the math like the gooks they are, you fucking mooks. And they can determine X amount of square tonnage on the surface of the moon would equal X amount of crystals to approximately hundreds of thousands of liters of water on the surface.
But they got that shit. They got that shit inside of the Earth. They got water crystals inside of the Earth. Most of the fucking
you don't want to fly water from the Earth up to space. That's like, expensive as all get out. Like, you want water waiting on you when you get there.
No, it's woodite. Like the water.
Every pound you send into space is thousands of dollars until Elon keeps fucking bringing it down. That's why it won't be NASA that gets us out into the universe further. It will be Waylani Corps and sci-fi shit like that. The Microsoft universe. The Ted Turner Beltway.
Yeah, but that's
the Netflix radiation belt.
Yeah, they go over that. They're not discounting that it's going to be used for commercial interest, but they're discounting
not
whether
42U. I've got it all figured out.
In order to send this woman up. That it's not a project in order to save humanity. Like that's what they're discounting.
Listen, there's this like curly-haired mullet guy that lived with a foreign guy named Balky. We're gonna send the curly-haired guy up into space with this Ripley chick. They're gonna bring back a little girl, and I'm gonna make sure she gets mouth raped by one of the vagina things, and we're gonna be straight on the fucking research. They mostly come at night, mostly.
And that's from that movie. What was it called?
Yeah, Alien? It was that. Yeah, it was that movie.
I
start with an A.
Absolutely, I agree with you there. But I actually.
So the notion, let's live in 22 planets, so we're protected.
Oh no, I don't mean it protected. I think we'll eventually.
Dude, when Neil deGrasse Tyson was in college, he would have whooped any of your asses.
Oh, okay, well, fine.
He looked like a fucking luchador wrestler.
Then. I read that in the book.
Adam and really fertile people.
Yeah.
By the way, I won't tell you.
No. So human spaceflight is
sad little toilet bowl baby down there thinking he.
And there's long history of this, but let me just remind everybody whether you live in the U.S. or not.
Tell him why his butt
reckoned in $2010. Like how many people have used the expression If they can put a man on the moon, why can't they?
Intent by the grace of effing God.
Well, in 2010 dollars, Apollo cost 151 billion. 151
Not
billion.
toilet bowl is God.
The
His
interstate
God is
highway
the
system,
toilet
which is
bowl, the
quite
God of the
large
toilet bowl earth.
and is used a lot more
My God,
than by 12
send his
people,
God to hell when
cost 100, but the federal portion 114 billion. So there will never. I don't think there'll ever be another investment in
More
space
debate.
exploration
Can I-
at that
boy,
level, because it was really
no
a
more
result of the Cold War.
me.
That's why people went to the moon.
Right.
But on the other
Everybody,
hand,
hashtag pay
everybody's
Jack.
pretty satisfied that if you can get a human into a situation to explore things, the human does things very well. Is sort of the best
Goddamn
explorer
right
you
you
can
do.
get.
For now, I just
Well,
in a matter of years,
Do
that won't be
everything
true. I
better
don't
than
think.
toilet bowl earth. That's
Mars
why I don't
Phoenix
work a job
Curiosity.
anymore.
Hey, I'm a
And
huge
he
fan.
waits
I
till
got
he
the
gets home to get
sundials.
on
I
here.
mean, I'm
Acts
crazy
like
for
I've been on
Mars.
all
Yeah.
day because he's been
But-
at work and he just
But the
assumed.
geology, I mean, I don't want to say the other thing is, bear in mind, I mean, I'm from the U.S. I grew up in the U.S. If it's
I'm from
U.S.
the US.
versus anybody and whatever speedball, I'm or
Fuck yes,
hockey,
speedball.
I'm generally U.S. But
My biggest competitor back in the drug
Russian,
trade
the
died
Soviet
of
Union put
speedball.
the first
Left
cameras
about as
on the
many kids
moon,
behind us.
the first soft
Toilet bowl
landing
earth
on the
has.
moon, the first sample return, the first Mars rocks came back
It's
from the moon,
okay.
all robotic.
Came
Mars
in
rocks
my
from the
house.
moon.
Mars
with
rocks from the moon.
masked
Bill,
men. I didn't
dude,
know he was
it's on my mind.
You're not supposed to tell anybody.
The first rocks.
Oh no, I can tell people. I'm playing.
See, that's the kind of slip where you lose that CIA gig.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Dead.
It was all done by
apologize.
Hollywood anyway. So, it doesn't
So
matter.
I apologize. The first sample return from another world was done robotically by the former Soviet Union, but people didn't really get excited about it, and the Cold War didn't get resolved
Fucking millennial toilet bowl
until
doesn't know
humans
who
were
the
there.
fuck he's
But-
talking
So
about.
there's something to that.
Fucking
We're about to move
Iranian
into a
Iranian.
Oh
N-word.
shit, my bad. I don't know why I accidentally closed that shit. But yeah,
my
that's
bad, my
what
bad.
they're saying. They're like the fucking technology was there to go to the moon, but
Yeah.
they didn't want to send humans there. Not only did humans not want to go there, but once humans did go there, it sent a whole new element to space exploration. So they're saying that it's not, the goal is not knowledge, it's the fact that humans are doing it. It's the fact of humanity.
No, if they have their way,
So
they'll be
so the
mining
two
the moon. They'll
so
be
the two
mining asteroids.
educators so the two science educators are actually more humanists than the scientists on the panel. The actual scientists on the panel, they're not saying we're doing it for humanity. They're saying we're doing it
Elon
for
is.
fucking science.
Let's
Yeah,
play
and that's
some
what
Elon then.
that's what the lady says later. She says, well, Elon, she brings up Elon Musk as like
Yep.
a point.
He
And
has
the guy
same
and the
humanistic-
guy goes, that's bullshit. He's not gonna do that shit. He's not gonna be able to do that shit.
The fuck he's not. All it is
Well,
a different form of going to C Lab. You got C Lab.
No, he's funded.
you got
He's funded
submarine
by
life,
but
it's
he's not.
just the
He's not
space
doing it.
version.
He's not doing it on his own. He's not doing it on his own.
Well, nobody does anything on their own. You gotta go to space by yourself. Look at that flat earther that died trying. Fucking plate planet motherfuckers, I swear. You can only manage to shoot yourself up into the air, and then it's all downhill.
Yeah. That's why the motherfucking rockets keep coming down. I mean, it's just downhill,
but with
downhill.
with globe
what the
people,
fuck
they
would-
re-land. With flat earthers, they die.
And that's what the
or
guy
with
says.
flaring
He says they literally just hollowed out the Russian Sputnik fucking missile and just put in a fucking a communication device inside of it, and they called it a rocket ship. So
That's
all the
the
technology
Ruskies,
they
baby.
made was just made for war. So Elon
Okay.
Musk isn't innovating shit on the basis of
guy-
science.
no,
The shit's gonna be
The guy
paid
I
for
went to
by the
school
government,
with-
and it's
the
gonna
guy I went
happen
to school
for
with-
war.
I used to party. Those pictures of me looking like Jesus and a pimp and all those pictures, those all were at the farm party place of a guy I know that became a rocket scientist because we had ABL near my town. ABL has an underground ballistics lab. Back in the 70s, it blew up. All they found in my other friend's grandfather was his belt buckle. I have a friend that went there as a rocket scientist. Rockets, whether to space or to send fiery crucible death to another spot on the planet, it's all the same propulsion systems, bro. Why would that surprise you?
I'm saying it doesn't surprise me. I'm just saying
But
that
it's not
it's
like
not
a
it's not a
morale.
big like
Okay.
innovation.
I thought you were
It's not
being
that
like,
they
ew,
created a
gross,
rocket. They
death
just created a
machine.
missile and then converted it into a rocket. I'm just saying
So
it's less
just look at
impressive.
it like it's just a way to transport a thing. Just like your car could be a remote control explosive RC jihad thing. It's just flying that. Like you could remote control a plane with explosives in it. And it's kind of like, oh, it's not really an airplane for people, it's a death weapon.
Yeah, but the point is this, that they made the weapon first. The thing driving it was the
Yes, because
weapon,
you
not the
don't just
exploration.
right, you don't start just shooting people in the sky
Yeah,
unless you're the right one.
So the point I'm making is this, is that it's not science that's driving innovation, it's necessity at first.
Welcome to reality, of course. I mean, it depends on the relativity of the science. Yes, the government is going to push.
Welcome to
The
reality.
government
That's
will
not what you
push
said
science.
5 minutes ago.
No,
You were
listen.
saying it's
Have you
science
ever
that's
played
driving
XCOM?
innovation.
Have you ever played XCOM?
But wait, you just went 180. You said science was driving
No.
innovation.
I never meant to look so single railed on it. Sorry if I look like single rail on it.
What about Elon Musk's, what he's doing impresses you?
He is doing the humanity science. This is what I'm saying.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Because
listen.
no, look. You
Elon
gotta
Musk's
you
science is
gotta
gonna be
listen to the
relative
panel.
to,
No, you
is it
gotta
Jeff
listen to the panel
Bezos?
discussion.
Is it
Because they
the
talk about
Virgin
Elon Musk.
Atlantic guy? Is it Elon? They're all just billionaires choosing what direction they're gonna pay the R&D. What are you gonna tell your R&D to go in the direction of? But Elon actually learns about the shit and partakes. Richard Branson is just paying people and saying,
You think he's learning about the shit that they're making in the company?
What?
There's no proof that he knows about any of it.
Yes, he'll sit there and talk about rockets and propulsions and solar and electric cars and motors.
He's very vague about the details of that shit.
No, he's not. You're just not. You're doing a Drew research. You need to do a me research, not a Drew research.
No. I think you are
okay,
overinflating.
Yeah, you
overinflating the
you
goals.
Totally showed me up.
No. You're
thing,
overinflating.
guys. I'm not gonna budge on this.
Here, hold on. You're overinflating the goals and aspirations of Elon Musk. Like you're overinflating them. Like you're acting like it's some heroic impulse to save humanity. That's exactly the type of shit I'm like debunking out here. You know
there's only one person that does
because there's
more
mixed
hours
reviews
at
about
their factory than Elon Musk, and that's Paul Unslaved on cam.
How do you know? How do you know anything about what Elon Musk does, though? Why are you hero worshiping Elon Musk?
I'm not hero worshiping. I'm keeping it real.
It sounds like you are, because you're like, he's doing so much for humanity.
Have to take me acknowledging one man's accomplishments and progress and
how do you know he accomplished anything? How do you know he accomplished anything?
I don't think.
Why do you have to sit here and acknowledge
anybody that comes at me to challenge me about my wealth and my stance and my accomplishments? I don't think they've accomplished anything.
Why? Yeah, but why do you have to
defend still working
Elon
jobs,
Musk's
not owning homes,
accomplishments?
fucking hating on me?
Yeah, but why would you? Yeah, but you could speak for yourself. Why would you have to defend Elon Musk's accomplishments?
Because I've gone 3 years alone just off the profit I made off of being aware of what he does and what his business has accomplished. Bought in at $50 a share, sold at 12 to 1,500 a share.
So because you personally benefited off of something he may or may not have.
No, because
been connected with
proper investments, you must do your due diligence. You're not Drew research.
Yeah, but that's not. But that's not due diligence. That's not due diligence because you personally benefited off of something that somebody may or may not have.
You don't want to hear it. You're going to ramble over it.
No, well, with all due respect, you know, you kind of just rambling over what the fuck I was saying.
The due diligence of what the fuck has Elon done?
And you told me I didn't research what Elon Musk is doing. Dude, I was playing a video where they're talking about what the fuck Elon Musk is doing. So if you want to hear about how we're researching it, we can sit here and watch it together. But you don't have to talk over the video because then we can't hear the video and we don't know what he's doing. We can sit here and look at what he's doing together.
You waited till now to admit you were mad.
No. Look. You want to research this shit together, or you want to tell me that I didn't research this shit?
Shaggy, you're being a croco. Croco.
No, hold on.
Croco wasn't doing research.
No, hold on. How do you know what I've researched? How do you know what I've researched?
No,
you're telling me I've researched
on trial for that. I'm trying to tell you.
No. You said you know how much I've researched into Elon Musk.
I know my Elon.
I'm here sitting here. No, hold on. I'm sitting here trying to present a video on this show about what I researched, and you won't even let me do it. And then you're telling me that I didn't fucking research the shit.
No,
we could sit here and research the shit, or you can tell me about how much I know about it without knowing what the fuck I know about it.
I did research. I'm not saying you didn't research. You probably didn't research as good as me. You probably did a Drew research.
How do you know? How do you know what I researched when I'm presenting what I researched and you won't let me?
You're just playing a video. That's not research.
What? So what is you?
Research.
Yeah, but you're talking about him talking about rocket ships and shit in a video, right? Where else did you see it?
I'm talking about me working at his brother's restaurant, knowing what Elon is up to.
Okay. Let me get this straight. Your research is you working at Elon Musk's brother's fucking restaurant.
No,
that's your great fucking research that you've done.
No, you're putting words in my mouth, Muslim man.
Working at a fucking restaurant.
No, let me finish.
That sounds retarded. Retarded. No. You need to do due diligence.
Let me finish.
Due diligence means you found out more than working at somebody's brother's fucking restaurant.
Are you just gonna polyboy it?
No.
That was just a welcome
research is working at people's
due diligence.
Working at people's brother's restaurant is research. Is working at somebody's brother's restaurant doing research about somebody.
Not at all. You didn't.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
May I?
What about watching videos about experts who explain their goals and aspirations? What about that?
You want to burn your money?
Is that about? Is that like doing research?
No.
Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what doing research is to you?
I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah, because like I don't know, like
working
research. Working at a restaurant. I did a lot of research working for somebody's brother.
JD,
what the fuck? Like, no, you didn't. Like, no, you didn't. Like, no, you didn't.
May I?
You did research.
Sir.
Research is working at somebody's fucking restaurant. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's clutching to that, man. You are gripping onto that like it's a big old hoagie going back to the mystery.
That's all you said about it because you keep saying, you keep repeating it,
bro.
You keep repeating it.
No, you keep talking.
You're just holding on to holding on. Dude, let me play the video. Okay,
yeah,
Tommy?
You tell me when you want to hear
about
it.
Let me play the video. Okay.
I'm eating fine. Let's do this due diligence. Let's watch this due diligence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could work at somebody's restaurant, figure out a lot about them, but yeah, we're just gonna watch this video, dude.
Finish the story. I was gonna tell.
Restaurant,
dude.
Restaurant.
$500.
They're doing the dishes out there. Yeah,
if you
bro.
can nail what I was gonna say, I'll give you $500, and I won't Austin out of it.
The crumbs, dude. The fucking crumbs, dude. The Mexicans gossip in the restaurant. Yeah, dude.
It wasn't
a
Mexican restaurant. It's a mass chain.
I don't care what. I don't care what the restaurant is. I don't care what the restaurant is. Here.
Play the video, but if you can tell me exactly what follows the working there and how I made all that money on Tesla and what I knew, I'll give you $500.
I don't care how much money you have.
Cash app tonight.
I don't care how much money you have though.
No, you'll have $500 more if you can finish the story. You wouldn't let me tell.
What story? I don't want money.
I'll do it
I don't want money
on
from you.
Stream so that you can show your phone with that Cash App 500 rolling in, and then Austin can cry himself to sleep, a dishonorable little bitch.
Well, I don't want money. I'm just doing this. I'm just trying to. I'm just looking at what Neil deGrasse Tyson. I thought it was funny what he said.
Your nearest tent city.
Yo, Tommy. Yo, Tommy.
In front of those people.
Yo, Tommy. Do you have anything to say about this video right here?
Whenever you get it playing.
I played it so many fucking times.
No, it's not playing right now.
You didn't say shit about the fucking video I tried to play.
I'm confused. I know
So
you're
am
mad
I.
I was talking during your video. You said you were firing it back
No,
up.
no,
I'm
no, I'm
waiting
not
for you
mad.
to
I'm
start
not
the
mad
video.
you were talking during the video. I'm just mad that like at first you like started out trying to talk about the video and then you started like heavily talking about yourself and like how much more you know about the video than I
Because I
know.
said I, me, possessive terms, as in my
No,
experience.
you said it a
Yeah.
lot, dude. Like you're obsessed with yourself.
No, bro, you're high.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like you're like this is all
No,
about how
so
much
I
money I
can see
made off
how
of
this has
Elon Musk and how
evolved
I
into
worked
what.
at some fucking guy's restaurant.
Yeah, and then you didn't let
You
the
notice
due
that? You notice
diligence
that? Like I
part
tried to
go,
play
and
a
you're all
video and talk
lost
about
and
some
mad.
topics, and it's like all about you now.
But I'm okay with it because this is good karma for all the nights you've let Toilet Bowl and Drew just go on and on. They ruined your show too.
I don't know. I don't know, Tommy. I don't know about that. I mean, you're just here talking about yourself, and now
No,
you're
I'm
talking
trying
about
to
other
get to
people.
the Elon part. The about
What are
myself
you?
is
No,
to
no, no,
the
no, no,
about
no, no, but
myself
wait,
is
no, but
to
wait. I was
prove
talking
it
about
was
Elon
me,
Musk.
to
No, I was
show that
talking
it
about
was
Elon
my
Musk, and then you
experience and
started
that
talking
you
about how
don't
much
know
you
the
know
story.
about Elon Musk. You started talking about how much you know
The
about Elon Musk.
story.
So
I'd
like,
give you
what's the
$500
deal
to
about what you're saying about Elon Musk? You know what I mean? And the thing is that we were talking about Elon Musk, and you wanted to talk about yourself,
I don't
like
want to talk about me. I
hardcore.
want to tell you about Elon Musk and how I worked for his
Why
brother,
don't
and
you
that's
tell
how I
me
learned
about
about
Elon
what he was
Musk?
up to before people knew what he was up
Go
to.
ahead, tell me about Elon Musk.
Can I say I, me, then we, stuff like that?
It makes it really boring when you start to do that, but yeah, dude,
No,
like
it
you
could be
can try
fun.
to go ahead.
Machine Gun Kelly used to come into this restaurant after we closed because
This
we
is
were
still
caught.
fucking boring. I don't care about fucking Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah, he's a douche. I'm telling you about Eminem and Machine Gun Kelly. And then we're gonna get on to Elon Musk. You played the Grave Diggers, a nigga, a 6 feet a deep. Here come the
Yeah,
Grave
but
Digger.
that shit was
Nigga, that's
dope.
how they
They were
rap.
talking about radiation, how it's poisoning everybody, and you're talking about how Elon Musk is saving everybody. So can we please make
He's
some fucking
trying.
sense?
He
Can
even
we make
tried
some
to make a
fucking sense?
submarine for those soccer kids
Make
that were
some
trapped
fucking
in that
sense,
cave.
dude.
You're leaning in on that camera like you're gonna reach out at me, bro.
I'm just close to my laptop.
Okay, I worked at his brother's restaurant. I worked at his brother's restaurant. His name's Kimball Musk, and I always called him Kendall because of the reading thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I got word of like his brother, what he was up to, and then I looked into like the actual technology. I'd already been to college for applied science. I knew solar and electric shit. So yeah, man, I just did my research, saw it was legit, risked my money, banked on it. Also did with his boy that is making the lithium ion recycling plant in Arizona. He also built the battery part of the Tesla gigafactories. I'm in a company that is making a digital
Yeah,
gearbox
so
for electric motors.
get to the point where he's helping humanity.
Oh, he talks about why you need the spare planet, how you would make a greenhouse ozone fucking atmosphere terraforming situation on like
Why would you need
Mars,
a greenhouse atmosphere on another planet?
so that we could terraform it, grow plants, have water and animals and shit. Like we have too much greenhouse effect.
Why would you need to go to another planet? What's wrong with this one?
You never know what's going to be wrong with this one.
No, no, no,
Even
no,
if
no.
nothing.
No, they know. No, they know what's wrong with it.
Okay, then why are you asking me what you need a spare planet for?
Because you said you did the research.
Yeah, it's the Zord thing.
But you don't fucking know.
Okay, look,
you don't know why they
there's
need a new
the,
planet.
Hey, there's the emergencies we know.
You don't
of
know why
for
they
this
need a new planet, but you did the research.
Okay, what about you?
Why do they need a
Putin,
new planet?
Everybody launching nukes all at once. You
Why do
might
they
be
need a
better
new
off bitching
It's
out
not
on
because of the
things.
nukes, Tommy. It's not because of the nukes. You did so
That's
much research.
one
Why don't you know?
possibility of many
You
reasons
did
we
so
could
much
fuck
research.
ourselves
Why
out of this
don't you
thing.
know why they need a new planet if you did so much fucking research?
I'm telling you various reasons you might need one. They don't
No,
say
there's
one
one
is the
big fucking
definite
reason.
reason.
No, Tommy, there's one definite fucking reason why they need a new planet, and you already mentioned it with the
Then
fucking
why
greenhouse
are you
gases,
up
dude.
my
The
ass?
greenhouse fucking gases, Tommy.
No, that's what we have too much of here. If we could
Yeah,
somehow
yeah, and why did and why did they have too much of it here? No, hold on, hold on. Why did they have hold on? Why did they have too many greenhouse gases here, Tommy?
Because of fossil fuels and fuel refineries and China
hold on,
burning a coal brick for every cell in their body.
No, hold on. They claim that they ruined the planet because of science and technology.
Because of the Industrial Revolution, and that's
which is science and technology.
And then we could no toilet bowl.
And then they're claiming and then they're claiming that they're gonna hold on. And then they're claiming that they're gonna save humanity through the same science and technology. But they ruined it with the fucking greenhouse gases. You're going to go to a new planet to get the greenhouse gases ready on that other planet so you could ruin that fucking planet.
You are mixing context of actual problems and assisted problems for control. Yes, Machine Lies, I'll admit, if I knew how to control the weather, I know it. Stop me if you've heard this one. If I knew how to control the weather, I wouldn't tell anyone, and I'd say, y'all keep fucking up the weather. You better stay home, quit eating meat, quit driving cars until this weather gets worked out. You see where I'm going with it? And then I keep hitting the hurricane button. I keep hitting the drought button. I keep sending the cloudy plains over to block out the sun. And you have me turned down, you Muslim coward. Ha la 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 la. Christian wins. No one expects the Christian Inquisition. Did you freeze up on me? Did you just freeze up on me like Talcott? Oh my God, I've taken over the Machine Lies stream. JG, you want half of this? JG, you want to get down on this? I'm rolling up Machine Lies stream. He just Talcotted out on me. Oh, this has happened before, people. The CNN ticker is saying Tom just took over the internet. There are unslaved. Boots is shaking, baby. Let me check my audio real quick. Oh, yeah, that's better. That's better. That's an audible circle. Wouldn't be prudent. Everybody knows when Tom takes over YouTube channels, it's the best. Oh, yes, I'm the greatest YouTube overtaker. Everybody knows off of the metaverse, I'm the best Christian. I'm very much Christian-like when I'm out of the metaverse. And as we see, Christian hackers, yes, the Christed hackers, they have helped me take over this Muslim channel. I've had a big capitalist day of wrecking Paul Unslaved on the Benton stream and the OTW stream. All glory goes to God, shutting down his microphone when I did so. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's why I serve the one true God, not toilet bowl God of this earth. No, you don't want to be worshiping his God on that day of reckoning. Brothers and sisters in Christ, go buy a gun. And you give your gun to Jesus and you say, Jesus, go kill the devil away. Jesus, go kill the demons of Satan. Go kill toilet bowl false prophets. Go kill Muslim adversary, except for that shaggy cool one that smokes weed. JG, what troubles you, my son? What troubles you in life, JG? Brother JG, what's troubling you in this life? I'll tell you what'll bring you up, JG. What's going to bring you up a notch or two? It's going to be the glory of God and a picture of Moose on a casting couch, JG. Let me bring it up, son. I got to put his chin back out. I made his chin too tight. I wanted to take chin away because we all know he's a very slack-jawed boy. He ain't been raised by a real man. That's how a boy ends up on a casting couch like Moose did. Yes, not for to you. We have taken over the Muslim channels. We have Christed fucking hackers working on behalf of the Lord's duty tonight. He has shined upon our offering of Paul enslaved chitlins and the unspeakable acts he has performed in the Sodom and Gomorrah of his 50-year-old girlfriend. Those have been frowned upon. They have not been shined upon like our offering. That's why we have taken control of the Muslim channels, the Benton channels, the OTW, LOTW, NOTW, The CB know? Why not just 2 hours before this, me and brother Truther Cop, we carried twice the numbers as CBO did on CB No. Just talking to himself until our good Muslim brother was kind enough to go up and treat him in a brotherly fashion like he was doing a successful stream. He no longer has a channel, he just has approximately 110 friends that come hang out, do coke, chat, support my brothers, my brothers. Now, my brothers, we're going to send the offering plate around right now. We want you to donate. We're going to fire up the Talcott Counterinsurgency Federation when we will counter the Talcott attacks by the nation of Unslavia. We will send in the Talcott Counterinsurgency Jackals, and we will vanquish the country of Unslavia. Their overreach has gone too long, and they are a pompous leadership that is making mistakes daily. And while we do not stop our enemies, brothers, while they are in mid-mistake, we will strike with a glorious, furious anger and retribution. And we will drag the toilet bowl earth false prophets into the streets. We will strip them bare and their half-breed children and their demonic Jew egg-laying wife, and we will burn them on tires in the streets like our African Christian missionary brothers did to the witches of their continent. What do you got, toilet bowl birth? You ain't shit, you little Iranian cracker bitch. Like, all you're doing is sitting down there in the chat, and your fucking little fairy fucking friend CB No ain't even got the energy or the tears held back to come assist you. You ain't shit. You fucking no good fucking... God damn it, I hate saying millennial, because I hate millennials so much. My mommy came and took me out of school. It wasn't really my mommy. It was my friend's mommy that can stand to hear me talk. Unlike my biological mommy, she can't fucking stand me. Because, I mean, older generation Iranians, they might be half decent. I had to fix up a fucking pizza place in Denver. Fucking old country motherfuckers were so set on hard work, made the most efficient kitchen in history. Oh no, you just walk back and forth all the way across the kitchen because you work all day like old country. You have no concept of, oh, all the shit we use on this make line, maybe it should be on this make line. That's the type of people you come from, toilet bowl earth. That's why you're working so hard at your age instead of aging with your family. You're a fucking loser. And because you've only known God for 3 years, he can't bless you and shine on you because you still got the spirit of your drinking, street skating bullshit in you. And you think you're going to translate that into preaching for your Lord. Man, the first shall be last, the last shall be first, if you know what I mean. And speaking of last, oh my Lord, brothers, speaking of last, do not fall into the ways of the moose and his casting couch. Oh my Lord, moose, what are you doing on that couch, boy? That's not the Lord's couch. Jesus, Lord Jesus, help this boy. He's been trying to steal Brother Benton's dying clout. We all know Brother Benton's not in the best of health. And this day, Moose tries to say he's in the bad way. Lord tries to say that he's down 15 pounds, and I don't believe it, Lord. He still goes on the unslaved, still goes on the no TW, just a laughing and a backflipping for his daddy. Woe to moose creatures who go to the casting couch and lie about, oh dear Jesus, I think I've realized his terminal illness now that I show this picture of the casting couch. Lord, please be with Moose. Please allow him to die while his wife is young enough to lose weight and find a new man that can properly raise Moose's daughter and lay the penis to Moose's wife as she sees fit. Oh my. I was on Moose's wife's knuckle. Yeah, had me excited for a second. I thought Moose was actually here. But I mean, you don't want to ask God for too much in one day. It's been quite the bountiful day, brothers. Toilet Bowl, what have you done that's funny or worth not deleting in like the last 2 months? Like, you're like Carl right now. Like, Carl tried to fucking test me on Truth or Cop, and he wasn't in the chat very long, Toilet Bowl Earth, and Carl is 10 times the meme lord that you could wish to be. You're just a washed up drunk, TBE. Like, you and your circle jerk of friends have made it this far, patting each other on the back, saying like, hey, nice stream, bro. We're legends, bro. We're coming up in these YouTube streets. Oh, London man fled when I did not pursue. He just couldn't handle the Jack party. Did y'all see the Jack party? No, Crypto Alchemist. Toilet Bowl Earth worships the king of this world, god of this world. I worship the god whose son came to this world. You guys just keep playing your unslaved narrative. Yeah, you're a stupid fucking Canadian, Bernard. Just in Tommy's tweaker mind, like that's unslaved bullshit. And you don't even know because you just heard your culted up EBT talk that shit. You told yourself, oh, it's okay for me to talk that shit. And when I think Tom might be arrested or dead, I can try and pay to watch that shit when even Truth or Cop, EBT, CBO, nobody was trying to pay-per-view that shit, Crypto. You're a douche. You're a douche in your little hot topic room. And I don't even, and listen, this is me at my most minor guy from the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Like, I'm sorry, I don't remember what I said about your Zoo York sweater that your wife bought for you. Like, as you step up to try and vanquish me, and I'm about to inhale and just snap my fingers like a moody anime and just incinerate you from in front of me, I say, sorry, I don't remember saying anything or what your Zoo York sweater is, you Canadian fuckboy. That's something for you, Bernard. Got something for you. We're going to give you a little pay-per-view. We're going to give you a little sneak peek, Bernard. Because you played such a part in it. No, 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 no. Don't leave, Bernard. We're about to showcase you. We're about to show you, baby. We're going to show what we are going to show big screen when I hit 250 subs. Just 250 subs. There's a lot of work for 250 subs. Only thing I have left to do is take down the overhauled witchcraftian vibe to the ritual part. I just got to find a way to get myself out of this pro witchcraft fiction, and this thing's releasable at 250 subs. And they're all hate subs. They're all fucking hate watchers, hate followers, hate subs. No, Bernard's not a bully. He's a lackey bitch. Oh, it's okay, Machine Lies. I got it held down for you. We're doing a sneak preview for Bernard. Oh, where is it? What was it called? Oh, these are my finished videos. I'm so silly. Let's just show you the, let's just show you guys the Elon. Since we were so much on Elon tonight, there's Elon. There's me. I like Elon. Get rid of him. Get him out of here. Oh. Oh, they fired. They fired. Ah. Ah. What you know about Elon stories, bitch? There's your channel back. Christian hackers. Boom.
Yeah, thank you to Illumitami for being out here while my internet was down. Bless. But I don't think he answered the question about the science and the technology. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. My internet just keeps going in and out. But yeah, you know, we'll try to see if it gets back on here. I did restart the router, whatever the fuck that shit is called. I try to plug that shit in and restart that shit, but we're getting attacked out here. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck is going on with my internet. But I do apologize to the stream out here. But yeah, we are having internet issues and difficulties coming in and out with the internet service. As soon as we started talking about Elon Musk, and you know, we had one of Elon Musk's great defenders out here talking about how he saved humanity. Total bullshit. And then obviously our internet shut off, you know. But yeah, they're saying that they're doing this enterprise, you know, to save humanity. I don't know why we're now at the bottom of the screen and the video is on top of our heads. I don't know why it changed the viewpoint. Okay, hold on. I don't know how to change the viewpoint of the video here. But yeah. What is this shit? Okay, there's JG. But now half of my fucking face is cut off. Okay, let's do this one. No, let's do this one. Okay, this is the correct one. It's like where they got us on the side and then the video on the other side. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, but yeah, Elon watching. I don't know how our stream got shut down. Yeah, but you know what? Really, I think to save bandwidth and energy, they usually just shut some people's streams or internet down. I noticed like I'll lose internet service at 3:30 a.m. a lot of times, and I'll wonder like why the fuck in the middle of the night do you just lose internet service? And it's probably because they're trying to save the energy. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Lumitami, you could come back and defend Elon Musk if you want, because we were having an argument about Elon Musk. Mossad watches. Something like that. I mean, but yeah, let's see.
But the federal portion, 114 billion. So there will not, I don't think there'll ever be another investment in space exploration at that level, because it was really a result of the Cold War. That's why people went to the moon. But on the other hand, everybody's pretty satisfied that if you can get a human into a situation to explore things, the human does things very well. Is sort of the best explorer you can get.
For now, I just in a matter of
see one side is that humanity's driving science, and the other is that science is an unguided process. You know, and you'll see this in one of the recent videos that we're going to present later with this fellow who says that science requires a certain level of irresponsibility, meaning gambling with the fate of humanity. This is kind of a way that it innovates itself. So there's this whole thing. Is humanity guiding science, or is science guiding humanity? Well, it looked like this fucking panel or whatever is split down the middle. But the weird part about it is that the two on the left, Bill Nye and his boyfriend Neil deGrasse Tyson, are only educators of science. Which means they're entertainers. So they want to focus on human-centered goals. The ones on the right side, well, they're just trying to move the process of science forward. So they're focused on science itself. You know what I mean? So, what comes out on top? Is it humanity or is it science? Well, why would there be a disagreement between the two? If the goals of science are the ones that seem to make the progress of humanity, why is there that bifurcation of views? That are we doing it for? Is humanity doing it for science, or is science doing it for humanity? That seems to be the essence of what they're talking about here.
Years, that won't be true, I don't think. So.
Mars Phoenix Curiosity.
Hey, I'm a huge fan. Hey, I got the sundials. I'm crazy for Mars. Yeah. But the geology, I don't want to say, the other thing is, bear in mind, I'm from the U.S. I grew up in the U.S. If it's U.S. versus anybody and whatever, speedball,
Yo, this is a good question. Yeah, I'm not against science, and I talked about this a little bit earlier with Bernard, because there is a science that incorporates nature and also God, and also all of these different things, but the materialist science, it doesn't say that there's any essence to anything. There's no nature to anything. You know what I mean, right? There's no sense in which everything is connected, but when they want to study a phenomenon, they isolate it from nature. They compartmentalize it, and they condense it into techniques so that they can externalize it, duplicate it, and then understand it. And in a sort, they isolate the thing that they're studying from the rest of everything else. They don't find relations between things the way alchemist does. But we're in the realm of the mad scientist, not the alchemist. That's guiding the humanity today. You know what I mean, right? It's not somebody who looks at science in order to understand nature and in order to benefit human beings. But no, this is a game of knowledge for the sake of knowledge. They want to find out more. The process of self-discovery is all about gaining more knowledge, and the process of self-discovery is almost its own end goal. It's thinking for the sake of thinking. You know what I mean? It's science today serves a masturbatory function. It's efficiency for the sake of efficiency. The goals are circular. Like we're gonna go and terraform these other planets because we fucked up this one. Then when we fuck up that one, we're gonna go and terraform another one. Well, I don't know if anybody sees this goal is totally fucking circular. Totally circular. You know what I mean? And yeah. Yeah, Tommy. Yeah, Tommy, maybe he had to take a break. Tommy's definitely not out here right now. But yeah, we had Tommy out here before arguing for Elon Musk. This shit is crazy out here. You got people, totally on the side of, pro science, right? But I love learning about science. I wouldn't say that learning about science is bad, but what are the goals of scientists? I'm interested in that. What are the goals of the scientists? You know, I think we should all be concerned about that shit. You know, because scientists don't really have, you know what I mean? You know, they're not just trying to study things for the sake of studying it. You know, but they want to make shit. You know, they want to expand on what they already know, whether or not it spells danger. They understand there's a risk involved. Nonetheless, they take that risk. What does that mean? It's an important fucking question, you know, and I apologize about the internet connection. It is shoddy out here in the middle of the night. You know, we be falling in, falling out. It is what it is. Yeah, that's right. It's like the snake eating its own tail. That's exactly what it is. It's the fucking Ouroboros snake head shit that they all fucking pray to. You mean it's the infinity symbol, you know, Nagas.
Yeah, or hockey. I'm generally U.S., but the Soviet Union put the first cameras on the moon, the first soft landing on the moon, the first sample return, the first Mars rocks came back from the moon, all robotically.
No, Mars rocks from the moon.
Mars rocks from the moon. Bill, dude, it's on my mind.
You're not supposed to tell anybody.
The first rocks. See, that's the kind of slip where you lose that CIA gig, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. It was all done by Hollywood anyway.
So I apologize. The first sample return from another world was done robotically by the former Soviet Union, but people didn't really get excited about it, and the Cold War didn't get resolved until humans were there. But there's something to that.
We're about to move into a new age where
oh shit
by Elon Musk, who did PayPal and Tesla.
Did you hear that shit? Did you hear that shit?
Where we have SpaceX, which is led by Elon Musk, who did PayPal and Tesla, who's the most amazing young South African. He's about we're about to move.
We're about to move into a new age. We're about to move into a new age. You know what I'm saying? This is what we're supposed to, you know, get down with.
Move into a new age where we have space. We're about to move into a new age where we have SpaceX, which is led by Elon Musk, who did PayPal and Tesla, who's the most amazing young South African. He's about my age and has already had 3 major corporate. My age, South Africa's Musk, who did space to a new age. We're about to move into a new age. We're about to move into a new age. We're about to move into a new age where we have SpaceX, which is led by Elon.
SpaceX. And it's about to be led by Elon Musk. Can you believe that? We're about to move into a new age. And it's being led by Elon Musk. This is what this bitch is saying live on a conference, and nobody's questioning it. Like really strange. We're about to move into a new age. Elon Musk, and you know, and the most amazing South African. What? He's the most amazing South African. It's just a fact. It's just pure fact. He's the most fucking amazing South African. There's no fucking South African as amazing as Elon Musk.
We're about to move into a new age where we have SpaceX, which is led by Elon Musk, who did PayPal, and Tesla, who's the most amazing young South African. He's about my age and has like already had 3 major corporations. He's
Can you guys believe this shit? Like, this is her reasoning. This is basically Illuminati's reason, and this guy's got corporations, and yeah, it's all gonna be great, guys. And this is what she's shushing this black dude for. And he gets to have his black moment on these panels. That's why he gets to coon out on these panels, because he's the only black dude. So he gets to get riled up. You guys know it's true.
Most inspirational person that I've ever encountered. And I have no clue what was said, but all right. As we move into the future, we're going to be moving into encountered. And he's the most inspirational person that I've ever encountered.
The most inspirational person that she's ever encountered. Wow.
And I have no clue what was said, but all right.
They probably said you're a dumb fucking cunt.
As we move into the future, we're going to be moving into a future where instead of having NASA running the show, we're going to have the commercial agencies launching as well. We're going to have the Mojave Spaceport America in New Mexico. We're going to have Virgin Galactic joining Virgin Atlantic as a way to spend your tourism dollars if you're stupidly rich.
But but the problem is, I think that's all a scam. I really do. I think I just got asked about this. The point is that it's exponentially. Look, to go in Earth or near Earth orbit, to go the distance between New York and Washington above the Earth, yeah, maybe private industry can do it, but it's just The laws of physics say it's just exponentially more expensive and exponentially more difficult to actually explore somewhere interesting. And therefore, I don't think it's ever going to be. I don't think private industry has ever got the commercial payback is not.
So he's he's a moron. He thinks the reason that we're exploring space, in other words, he thinks that Elon Musk is a scientist and not a business owner. Whereas it's obvious that he's a business owner and a scammer and not an inventor or a scientist.
Not going to be in the near term without the government.
I've been politely silent, haven't I?
I know. I was surprised.
I was going to use the word oddly, but okay.
I didn't think you were that polite, though. But it's okay.
I just want to clarify some of this information that's being bandied back and forth. There is fundamentally no business case for private. Can I finish the sentence?
I'm not sure I want to be here anymore.
There is fundamentally no business case for private enterprise to advance a space frontier. When you advance a frontier, you are making mistakes that the capital markets choose not to value. You have to create patents to enable things that you don't know will work. Anytime you are the first person to do something on that scale, the history of human civilization has demonstrated that the only funding available to do that is via governments.
Yeah.
And
How about that? And that's exactly what the SpaceX program is being funded by. It's being funded by government subsidies. So, it's not a private enterprise. That, like this lady just said, he's discovering all this stuff. He's got 3 companies. He's the most inspirational person in the universe. In the world. You know, what is the point of all that? You know, when he's not the one that's, you know, funding the corporation. The corporation's funded by the government. The projects he's working on are funded by the government. They're not private enterprise. Again, why would anybody do these things for private enterprise? You know, go and explore space or terraform Mars. The fact that you're going to do this without governments is completely it's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
What then happens is the patents get issued, the government figures out how to do it, they make it sort of routine, but they're inefficient because it's the government. Then you cede it to private enterprise.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. The Dutch East India Trading Company. They were not the agency that found America from Europe. That was Columbus, funded by Queen Isabella. There was Magellan, also funded by Spain. They laid the groundwork to find out where to go. Does the Earth have an edge or not? Is it something worth doing? Then behind them, the Dutch East India.
There again, he's false if he thinks that these people were going around the world, exploring around the fucking world because they wanted to see if the Earth had an edge or not. They didn't give a fuck about that. They were trying to find the New Jerusalem, quote unquote. They were trying to expand to as a continuation of the Crusades and shit like that. It was it was conquest for God and country. It had nothing to do with fucking figuring out the shape of the fucking Earth. That's not why they went exploring. That's not why Magellan and fucking Columbus went exploring. You know, they didn't do it because of science. They didn't do it because they wanted to see what was out there. They wanted to bring home the goodies. Bring home the fucking goodies. That's what it was for.
India Trading Company came to conduct business in a way safer than could have possibly have been economically justified had they been the first to do it. You look at the railroads that crossed the United States. Newt Gingrich mentioned that as entrepreneurs leading the way, but he neglected the fact that Lewis and Clark got there first on a major funded expedition under the Jefferson administration. So you lay out the land, you map the rivers, you map the terrain, then you've got an understanding of what the risks are for the capital markets to then value, then they come in behind. So I see any participation of the private enterprise in space exploration, not the first ones to go to Mars, not even to go back to the moon, but to make our access to low Earth orbit the efficiently costed exercise that it really should have been at the beginning of the shuttle, but was never realized.
That's right. History proves that it's not gonna that this dude is not gonna go to Mars. This shit's not gonna happen. Terraforming Mars, this shit's all bullshit. Look at history. You know, look at history. Dude's right. You know, this shit's not gonna happen through private enterprise.
And that is.
And look at the agencies they need to make a nuclear power plant, to make a space exploration program. You know, it's like I said, the same shit to make a rocket is the same shit you need to make a missile. You think the government's not going to be involved in the technology that they're going to let private companies be going to space and making spaceships that look exactly like fucking missiles and let private companies control those? You know, that would mean that there's no more fucking governments anymore. Okay? That would mean that scientists have taken over the government and we're living in the age of technocracy. So then it would be too fucking late for humanity to be driving the the knowledge game here.
What they're doing.
Yeah,
But-
so for
But why do we
example-
want people in low Earth orbit? I mean, I just don't understand why do we want people hanging
I'll
out
tell
in
you
low
what.
Earth orbit?
Because they'll buy seats to take a vacation there.
Well,
They already have. The people doing it, the people buying tickets at $20 million
Yeah,
a seat. So you make it $10 million, more people will buy the seat.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
it $1 million, even more.
Absolutely, you're right. I think it's for
So
entertainment
then what are
purposes.
you arguing with me about?
Well, the point is, as a goal, as a national goal, what do you want? Why do you want people in low Earth orbit other than entertainment?
If it's commercial, there's no national goal. If it's commercial, it's whatever makes money.
I want them there because it will lower the cost of getting satellites for research into orbit.
Thank you.
No.
And,
why would it do that?
And
is there more?
If NASA needs to go back to the space station, they don't have to launch one of their own rockets. Yeah. They hitch a ride on Elon Musk.
But hopefully we can get rid of the space station so they won't have to go there.
Whatever they will need, whatever is the need in low Earth orbit, NASA should not be the truck driver to make that happen.
I agree with you completely.
No, so
as I always do.
So how do you?
So then he contradicted himself. He said NASA should not be the truck driver to make the low Earth orbit stations possible because the government does a shoddy job at it, but we need but the government is going to be the main force and driver because it's too costly for private companies to go and take on this huge enterprise of space exploration. They're going to need help from the government. But he's saying that we also need private companies to do it because the government does a shitty job on it. So then maybe they can hitch a ride on Elon Musk's fucking rocket. Give me a fucking break. These people are retarded. You know what I mean? You just so what you're really advocating is some sort of socialism because you don't want private you don't think private companies can do the job of heavy lifting of space exploration, but you don't want the government to do the job because they do a shitty job of constructing rockets and making vessels and stuff. So you want private companies working on it, but you want the government taking care of it. So the only answer is how they're doing right now in corporate socialism, funding SpaceX through the government. You know what I mean?
The analogy is Antarctica for me. Like, you maintain a scientific presence in Antarctica. You have people there. They think deep thoughts. I remember very well cleaning bicycles.
Yeah, Antarctica, the most embattled zone in the fucking world. There's like, 4 or 5 different countries. They're battling for resources. They're not just calmly doing research there. In fucking Antarctica. You know what I mean?
Chains with chlorinated fluorocarbon carburetor cleaner. Can't buy that anymore because people discovered that it was hard on the ozone.
Yeah.
So
you killed the ozone.
Yes, I was the guy. So if you maintain a presence in Antarctica and you maintain a presence in Earth orbit, if there's scientific things to do there, but the whole thing, everybody, is you want to explore.
Yeah, who killed the ozone? If you believe that that's happening. It's just like our friend Illumitami said, it's the motherfucking industrial revolution, which is a product of the scientific age. So they really expect us to solve the problems. We're going to run away to another planet, terraform that planet, because we fucked up this one through the scientific age of industry and burning carbon or whatever they want us to believe. Now you want to go to another planet to terraform that planet so that you can burn more carbon on that planet so that you could go to another one. And what's the point of this incessant expansion, incessant consumption? What the fuck is the point of it? And incessant, progress.
Space at a reasonable cost. This is something you do as an intellectually sophisticated society with treasure, with money, with means. You explore, Lewis and Clark explored the continent. You explore space. You explore deep space because you don't really know what you're going to find. And I remind everybody that relativity was discovered barely a century ago. And yet everybody in this room got here on account of our understanding of relativity. I mean, you had your car navigation system. Many of you were on an airplane. And those are driven now by information from space. If you told my grandfather there'd be signals from space that you have to take into account both the gravity of the Earth and the speed of the spacecraft, you'd think you were nuts. But yet here we all are. And so there is a whole nother physics, yes? Right there. Just, it's so close. And that when we discover it, who knows? And this is what, I grew up in the US, I mentioned that, but what I've tried to do now, I wrote this op-ed, just remind people in the US Congress and Senate that if you don't want to discover what makes the universe accelerate, maybe somebody in another country, maybe somebody from China.
But
Are
you having trouble?
You see where he's going with that? So he's pushing for a war right there. He's saying, "Oh yeah, you better do it before somebody from China does it." You know, but he wants to say it's all for fucking universal peace as well. You know, so it's this like weird mix of competition, globalism, capitalism, socialism. It's like this, all of these are in the mix here. It's not a coherent worldview. You know, it's just, their views on our socio-political mainframe are completely, are completely contrived by their scientific worldview. You know, I was seeing another one. I'm gonna roll up on this other one. This one, this motherfucker. Yeah, this is the one where him and fucking Bill Nye have butt sex with each other. Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson put the ass in DeGrasse. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson said philosophy is dead. Yeah, even though it created science. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's be serious. Let's be fucking serious. Let's make serious statements. Or are we just entertainers? Is it all just for entertainment? Propaganda? Because it's good for humanity, right? Because science is good for humanity, right? You know, look at this. Robots versus astronauts. Who's driving space exploration? Is it the technology or is it the human element? That's what's that question here. That's what's that question here. Yeah, I still got the link up. Anybody wants to come through? I know it's late. I know it's late as hell. Shit. I don't want to pressure anybody. But yeah.
The Large Hadron Collider.
The Large Hadron Collider. Do you know?
Oh no.
Man, these motherfuckers. Antics.
Well, let's stay on this topic for a little longer because I maintain the reason people are interested in humans traveling in space is because they can die. That's what makes it interesting, and you want to see if they're going to die. Humans traveling in space is because they can die. I maintain the reason people are interested in humans traveling in space is because they can die. That's what makes it interesting, and you want to see if they're going to die. I maintain the reason people are interested in humans traveling in space is because they can die. That's what makes it interesting, and you want to see if they're going to die.
Good Lord. This is fucking misanthrope. This guy's a misanthrope. He's a misanthrope. This guy is a misanthrope.
Because I maintain the reason people are interested in humans traveling in space is because they can die. That's what makes it interesting, and you want to see if they're going to die. Interesting, and you want to see if they're going to die. And want to see if they're going to die. And you want to see if they're going to die.
Yeah, I could think of a few people I want to see die. But yeah, some fucking, you know. I mean, if I had to pick farmers or scientists, you know, who would I pick to die in my local community? Who do we need more, scientists or farmers, when the lights go out?
But you know,
that was NASCAR.
What?
I thought that was NASCAR that you're talking about.
But you know, but I find. But let me ask you a question. I find it. Okay, well, I'll ask you this question. When I see a picture from the rover, I'm more excited about it coming from the rover than if it came from an astronaut taking the picture, because the astronaut's using a camera, but the rover is taking it's part of the rover.
Let me tell you why that.
Oh yeah, it's more interesting to him if a fucking robot, if a human being sent a robot to the fucking Mars to take a picture than if somebody went to Mars themselves and took a fucking picture. Just what the fuck is this guy talking about? So if a human is involved with it, he's less interested in it. Like what? How does that make any sense? He wants to send humans to space to see if they're gonna die. That's what he said. Yeah, green crack. That's a great strain.
That's probably not true, even though you think it is.
Okay.
Okay. Most people don't know that there were robots as well as rovers on the moon while we were first going to the moon. But you didn't know anything about those because the media focused on the astronauts. And it's the astronauts through which we gain vicarious access to space, because they have mouths, they have brains, they have a childhood memory, they have school teachers that can talk about those astronauts. And I've yet to see a ticker tape parade for a robot. So I submit to you that if at the same time the Curiosity rover landed, if at that same time a human astronaut landed on Mars, you would have known nothing about the Curiosity rover.
See, there they are again. It's human element driving it, not the technology. He's trying to play that elementary, my dear Watson.
Yeah, but it would have been relegated to page 30, and the front page headlines would have been humans put footprints on Mars. And it's that force which will bring less science than the robot that has a power of influence on our culture.
So he wants a culture of science, and he's willing to sacrifice true science in order to accomplish the project of influencing people to become scientists. But of course, if you want to do real science, you have to get rid of the human element. As his here, this Lawrence Krauss fellow, this fellow says.
That inspires an entire generation to want to do the same thing. My generation, when you ask my fellow scientists, should we send humans into space? No, that's too expensive. Send robots. Yet I said, why? How did you get interested in space? Oh, because of the Apollo program. And I slap them. I'm saying, what are you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid I didn't get to reschedule that debate yet. And it may not happen after the cancellation there. You know, I did explain how it was canceled. But what I may do is decide to have the debate with another partner or on another forum. But I am still available to do the debate on the Crucible. I mean, I did let them know that I have time to do it in the upcoming week. Again, on the weekend if they want to. But the problem is that the fellow I was debating with is going into some heavy research. So he's going to go ahead and do his little research before he gets into another debate. So it may take some time to set it back up again. Unfortunately, they had canceled right at the time of the debate. So there was not a lot that could be done in terms of rescheduling. But I gotta find this video again. Yeah, I gotta wait till this fucking stupid commercial, whatever, plays here. But yeah, it's interesting what he's saying. He's saying about the human element. You know what I mean? How the human element is missing. The guy on the right says that's good. You know, that's exactly what we want. We want more robots. That means that we're advanced. We don't have to have humans do the work. And the guy on the left says, yeah, but it's all about humans doing it. Who's right? Who's right?
No, there would on the other hand, if you remember, if Apollo 13 hadn't been the dramatic failure it was, they would have canceled the rest of the Apollo. They canceled 3 of the last missions. There were three Saturn V rockets lying on the ground around space, around the country, because it was so interesting that they abolished the last 3.
No, that's delusional, and I'll tell you why.
It's not incorrect.
That's the fact.
No.
You can argue with the facts.
All right, watch me.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry. Everybody mentioned their book. It's time for me to mention my latest book.
I don't think anyone mentioned their book, actually.
My most recent book is titled Space Chronicles, but that wasn't the original title. The original title was Failure to Launch.
But
the dreams and delusions of space enthusiasts. And the publisher says, that's too depressing. You can't have the word failure in your title. But that's what it's about. What you just said is a complete delusion. It presumes that we went to the moon for science. It presumes that we went to the moon to explore it. But that's not why we went to the moon.
How about that? That's not why we went to the moon. We didn't go to the moon for science. Interesting.
No, Brother Neil, no, it is not. No, it is not.
We went to the moon because we were at war. Sputnik was not just some orbiting spacecraft. It was a hollowed out intercontinental ballistic missile with a...
So what's driving space innovation? Is it war? Is it humanity or is it science? We've gotten 3 different answers between 2 different people. It's like somebody says, ask 2 rabbis and you'll get 3 different answers.
They took out the warhead and put in a radio transmitter. The military knew this. That's what founded NASA. NASA's budget for science has averaged over all these years about 25%. The rest has been for geopolitical purposes. All right? So it's the I don't want to die driver in this world. That's why we.
Wow. So he says it's necessity, pure necessity, pure war. The face of war is science and technology. But then he also claims it's the savior of humanity, the main goal of humanity in some sense even. Which one is it?
We spent all this money, and so the moment we learn Russia's not going to the moon and it's certainly not going to Mars, we cancel the program. It had nothing to do with public interest.
Okay, now let me. It is a. Let me try.
I got to pull back.
Yeah, you got to come in. But it is. Let me try and bridge that gap a little bit.
I'm going to be silent.
No, you're not. I think it's really important to point out that this is a political issue, and in fact, me and Buzz Aldrin together testified before the House Science Committee on Space Exploration, and when I said that humans don't do science in space, I didn't argue, in fact, even before the committee, that we shouldn't send humans into space. We should just say, honestly, why we're doing it. We're doing it for adventure. That's why we're doing it.
No, but that's not what funded it.
Hold on.
No, that's not true.
See, you said you wouldn't talk.
I did say.
Okay.
You can say that.
No, hold on.
There's no there. Okay. No, just look at the history of everybody doing big projects, and it's never driven by exploration. It's never driven by science. It's never driven by curiosity. Not if it's big and expensive. It's driven by the fact that people don't want to die. So there's a war driver. It's also driven by the fact that people want to get wealthy. So
hold on. We have the large.
Holy shit. There's a lot of like cocaine energy there.
Large Hadron Collider.
The Large Hadron Collider.
Do you know?
Oh no.
Oh shit, there they go. Do you see that? Did you see that? They played the commercial right when they started fucking each other in the ass. Oh my god, look at this shit, guys. What is going on here? Oh my god, disgusting. 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 What's happening here? Disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting, guys. This is disgusting, guys. Look at what's happening here. This is what you call science? 2 grown men wrestling. Oh my god, folks. Look at this. Look at this disgusting shit. On stage. While this guy, what is he going to go do? What's this man going to go do there? Look at that. He's coming in here. He's holding him down. And he's coming down to go down there to do what? This is all a simulation. This is all a simulation. Man love.
Welcome. Just proves my point.
Just a bunch of sweaty dudes hashing it out.
The Large Hadron Collider. Please remind me of the total construction cost of the Large Hadron Collider.
I don't know, about 10 billion.
About 10 billion. That is 6 months of NASA funding. So you call that big budget? Not here in America, it's not.
Yeah, NASA's budget's about 17 billion. Doesn't go as far as it used to.
No, so it's expensive, but not on the scale that we're talking about here. That's all
Okay.
the country shared. That's not big money.
Okay.
Big money is a shuttle mission costs $1 billion here. I'm not saying it should cost that, but that's what it does. And who writes those checks? It's people who do it for geopolitical reasons, not because they care about science. Our super collider, the one that you would have benefited from, the superconducting super collider.
Whoa. Whoa, did you see him grab him there? Just that's kind of weird.
Benefited from.
Gave him the old puppet master there.
The superconducting super collider. The superconducting.
That's your handler. He handled you. That's your handler.
Super collider started to get funding in the 1980s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
200-mile ring. It would have been
60-mile ring.
60 mile diameter. The circumference.
60 miles around. Yeah.
I thought it was 60 times.
Well, take
pi.
it from me. It's 60. No, it's 60.
Okay.
Better
Circumference
story
is
with
60 miles?
200. Then.
Brian,
60.
Circumference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been saying it wrong all these years.
Well, like
Never
a lot of
mind.
things.
Thank you.
Never mind.
Okay, no.
Bizarre.
So here's a super collider. America would have found the Higgs boson decades ago. All right. So what happens? The budget gets cut for reasons. Oh, the cost overruns are there. Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
It got cut in the early 90s. What happened in 1989? Peace broke out in Europe. All of a sudden, the physicist, who was the hero of the 20th century for making the bomb, is no longer viewed as necessary to national security. And so the project gets cut like that.
Actually, you got it wrong. The project got cut actually for even sillier political reasons, which was the Texas congressional delegation.
And of course, he's allowed to have. He's allowed to spaz out. Everybody else has to tell him to calm down because he's the only black person there. So he's allowed to. So he's having a black moment. So they're just like, "Oh, calm down." Yes, he gets very passionate. It's like, dude, you're literally the black mascot in this organization. Like, how low are you? You know what I mean?
Voted the wrong way. And
if we were still at war, that would have never come up.
It's also the International Space Station, right? I mean,
Yes, that's true. That's the top story. The bottom story is we don't longer think we're going to die.
So what let's leave this topic, but science and politics are, alas, inextricably mixed. And I think...
And politics wins every time.
And I think what I would... Politics are, alas, inextricably mixed. And I think...
And politics wins every time.
And I think what I would say is that it's vitally important for the public to understand what their issues really are, so they won't be lied to by the politicians effectively, and they can elect people to base policy on empirical evidence and not on ideology or anything else.
What the hell? So he just said that the science is being guided by politicians. And he said, well, we need the politicians to be more scientific. And that's the solution. What the fuck? Like, wow. So no solutions there, you know. And then I seen this dumb motherfucker right here managing Peter Thiel's investment firm. This dude all over the Joe Rogan Experience. Why is this dude all over the Joe Rogan Experience? I mean, you know, this guy Eric Weinstein Where'd he come from? What's the deal? Where'd the Weinstein brothers come from? Where did the Weinstein brothers come from? Does anybody know? Peter Thiel. Hmm.
Point is, let's imagine that we had Neil deGrasse Tyson on. He's not having any of this shit. He's locked in to, because he's not really a physicist and at a practicing level, he has to worry about his respectability. He is 100% one of the most brilliant people at scientific exposition I've ever seen in my life. But he can't think. He's not ready to do great science because great science has an element of irresponsibility to it. And what we don't understand, I think, about it is that when we decide that everybody
is that real science has an element of irresponsibility. Can anybody figure that one out? Real science has an element of irresponsibility. You mean it's unethical? Irresponsible to who? To who? To other humans? Human? Irresponsible to who? Irresponsible.
has to do good science, it's like you doom yourself. Many of the greatest scientists of all time were borderline quacks.
When you have to do good science, you doom yourself. But I thought it's irresponsible. You have to be irresponsible to do real science. Wouldn't you doom yourself through irresponsibility? See, these scientists, they're not responsible. And that's why they're gambling with our natural rights, freedoms, and principles. So that's why I say to the scientists,
Now, the point is, let's imagine that we had Neil deGrasse Tyson on. He's not having any of this shit. He's locked in to, because he's not really a physicist and at a practicing level, he has to worry about his respectability. He is 100% one of the most brilliant people at scientific exposition I've ever seen in my life. But he can't think. He's not ready to do great science because great science has an element of irresponsibility to it.
That's like the gayest hum I ever heard in my life.
It's the element of irresponsibility. Like he understands exactly what he said. Yes.
Well,
being irresponsible, perfect.
Alex Jones always said Joe just pretends to be dumb, but he's not really dumb.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was up with that. I remember watching Alex Jones go hard at Joe Rogan, and then suddenly they're friends again, and I'm just like, I don't think they're actually friends, because if you've watched if they did a few podcasts with like Tim Pool and shit, and Joe Rogan's just like ignoring the fuck out of Alex Jones, and it was just like really weird, dude. It was really like, it was very odd. It's like they don't like each other, obviously, but they're still doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know if it's about I don't think it's about the money at all, honestly. I mean, Alex Jones is either the best business person in modern media, or he's like whatever. I mean, Joe Rogan is obviously, I mean, just talk about astroturfed. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, it's like you just mentioned Weinstein. I never looked him up before, honestly. I never listened to anything by him, but I look him up, and he's like, okay, he comes from Harvard. He coined the intellectual dark web, which is where Owen and Dark Lord, what's his name, Vox Day came out of. Stefan Molyneux came out of that. So it's like, okay, so I mean, it basically confirms my suspicions. You mentioned one name, I look them up. It's like I've been talking about the last 6 months. Like there's some sort of organization that developed a intellectual dark web, and I look up this motherfucker, and he's the fucking progenitor of it. It's fucking incredible.
Yeah, and they also have this guy Daniel Schmattenberger or whatever, and this guy's fucking crazy because I seen him talking about this presentation he gave on the Moloch. And he's like talking about Moloch. They're talking about like Kabbalistic like wizardry and shit. And they're fucking then comparing this to the AI, and then they're talking about meta crises, and the meta crises that they're describing is global warming. So I don't know why they would couch it in this term called meta crises. You know, it's almost like they're not trying to use the term global warming because it's a liberal buzzword, and they're kowtowing to conservatives. So it's like they make up this fake word meta crises to talk about, you know, the evolution of technology and how it's gonna, you know, save humanity, you know, from the AI. It's fucking bizarre stuff, you know. I can't even.
I hate to say it, but it's like on days like today when I really sit back and reflect on shit. It makes you wonder if these wordsmiths, I just like sometimes sit back and be like, these people really fucking like don't even think, do they? You know what I mean? Like they don't even think about what the definition of a word is really in general. You know what I mean? They're just like, that's why I keep calling it neurolinguistic programming, and people keep saying, "Oh, don't call it that." But whatever it is, I mean, it's like either I don't like to say that people are dumb, but let me just say, as the diversity level has increased around me for a long period of time, it's like, and you know, this is not a white or black, or it's not a racial thing per se, but it's definitely like there's some sort of like difference. Do you see what I'm saying? Like you and I are totally different kinds of people and from different backgrounds and everything, but we can kind of have some curiosity, but I don't know what the fuck everybody else is doing. You know what I mean? Like it's incredible how susceptible people are, or they just don't care, or I don't know. I mean, it's really bizarre when you sit back and think about it. Like people are really buying into this shit. I mean, and the funny part is, like, you can point it out how full of shit it is, and people just don't care. I mean, they just like literally. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do care, but I don't know. It's bizarre to me.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe that this fucking dude would first of all be a promoter of science. I don't even know what that even implies, that you're a promoter of science. Like science can be used to make anything. Like this is kind of stupid. Like I remember I was watching the Unabomber in his own words on the Netflix, and they had interviews with Ted Kaczynski on there. And one of the things that the guy said in there was the guy who works at the library, the Lincoln, Montana library, said, "Man, I lent books to the Unabomber, and he used them to create bombs, and then you know, the people you know, were injured and harmed as a result of the information that I gave, but I'm just a library clerk." And he said, you know, and I think that you know, but I can't you know, escape from the feeling that I'm partly responsible for those people being harmed. And that's right. You have a library full of information, and the information in that library can be used to do anything. It can even be used to make supplies to destroy the library. Right? So is knowledge dangerous? Should everybody have access to this kind of knowledge? Is science harming or helping humanity? Well, it's obvious that knowledge is, it's devoid of ethical, content. Right? Knowledge is just knowledge. It could be used for anything. Knowledge is neutral. Once it's used to develop something that's harmful to people, then that thing is not neutral in terms of its good or its bad that it brings. It's not just a tool that anybody can use for anything. You know what I mean? This is a delusion. You know what I mean? And also, I can't believe that, this first you would promote science and say that, oh no, it's human driven, and then admit that it's driven out of a sense of warfare, which is then what comes down to saying. And then this man here says, no, it's not warfare. It's not even humanity. It's irresponsibility, just total going in the dark, taking a trip down a dark road, down a dark alley, and finding whatever you might find, and he calls this, for the sake of what? For the sake of progress? Well, how do you know you're not going to destroy yourself in the process? You know what I mean? It's
Well,
simply
they don't
amazing.
even they don't. Well, that's the thing is they don't. That's the thing that has always surprised me is like I just remember every time I was in one of these, I mean, I guess the most stark one for me was when I took a bioethics class, and they start off watching like Blade Runner and all this kind of shit. Like they like made us watch. We were like watching these movies, and they're like, "So what do you think about this situation?" And I would say only about two people really pushed back, and it was myself and maybe some other people who were just like really questioning. And even the professor was like, "Good, you should be fucking skeptical." Now, let me tell you why it doesn't matter that you're skeptical, and it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like he kind of had some vague awareness that he was kind of a propagandist, but he was doing his job. You know what I'm saying? Is really very eye-opening experience for me. Like, because like basically they're telling you like you got to check your ethics at the door if you want to be in the medical or chemistry or any of these fields, essentially. You know what I mean? I mean, they were pretty. I mean, they put it in good language, but I mean, they were pretty blunt about like, get with the program or get the fuck out, pretty much. That's you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty much the way it is, And I didn't go to some like fancy school either, so that's the scary part. I mean, this is kind of like a basic bitch fucking school, so. Yeah.
And that's simply the thing. Somebody who's working within a specific field, paid to research something, that's either being funded by the government through some university or whatever, they're not guiding what they're working on through sheer curiosity. The ability of one person, in the highly specialized fields, that are around, for one person to be a driver or innovator is extremely sparse, and unlikely, because they're dealing with highly specialized forms of knowledge. Most of the people that are inventing things in these fields don't even know what they're working on. They're only working on a part or an aspect of the thing that they're trying to research. So they're actually kept in the dark about what their research is being used for. Look at I think it was David Bohm, who like worked on the Manhattan Project, and he like got thrown out of the Manhattan Project, but they kept his research. and he was a conscientious objector. He said, well, this is going to be used to make weapons. And they said, we don't care. You know, if you have a problem with it, you're fired. And he said, okay, that's cool. Well, let me get the research I worked on back. And he said, and they said, what? They said, that's ours. You know, so, you know, how can you prevent, you know, so you're only working on part of the problem. You know, nonetheless, you know, you're kept in dark about what the full project is. You know, because why would they tell every scientist on the team the whole project of what they're working on? That would be extremely cumbersome task. You know, only a few are actually aware of the greater scale of the project, but the ones that are working on some nook and cranny of it, you know, they're not aware of the greater scale of what's actually being invented or what their research is being used towards. You
know, I mean, hold on, sorry. There's like some crazy drug addict outside yelling, so that's why I'm a little distracted. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, people are desperate. You know, I was just being yelled at by a crazy drug addict telling me about Elon Musk and how he's going to save humanity. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes, man. Motherfuckers outside creeping. See, I miss the old days, man. And the hoods I grew up in, you know, they didn't tolerate this shit even where the shit was going on. You know what I mean? They're like, leave that shit alone. But, you know, there's no fucking rules anymore. You know what I mean? It's the fucking breakdown of the fucking... I mean, you know, that's the thing about watching all this. Because, like, I don't know. That's why I keep talking about the lack of curiosity. I mean, you guys were having an interesting conversation before where you're talking about... Well, yeah, I think you guys are talking about how, like, the Hindus and the Jews pretty much team up and, like, you know, I mean, I'm not saying it's like a total conspiracy or something, but, you know, they're kind of like dominating the tech world, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I don't really think that it's them fully in charge either. Like, I don't think they're necessarily running it, but I think they're being utilized for some end with the tech. You know what I'm saying? And I just see the way that people act, and, you know, like, you know, I was in some like very nice places today, and you know, people just don't really act like, and I mean, they're human, you know what I mean, but they just don't really act right, you know what I mean? Like and then now you have all these people from different cultures, and it's not, you know, again, it's like, it's not a racial thing, but it's just like you put all these cultures right up next to each other, and like they obviously don't mesh very well, you know what I'm saying? It's painful, you know what I mean? And it's not really about the culture per se, it's the people, you know what I mean? And you know, I say that about my own people, you know, whether that be American or whether that be white or Christian or whatever. It's, you know, it's like I can point the finger what I know the best, the easiest, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is like, you know, why I see a lot of people saying white or European, but it turns out that those things don't really mean anything if it includes Jewish and Greek and all of these other identities, because you're moving into Asia and Russia. And if white people include Slavic people and Greek people and you know, you know, even people from Spain and North Africa, you know, because there are white people from all parts of the world with all different cultural heritage. So what does it mean to be white or European? Well, the European conscience is an amalgamation of various parts of, you know, what was white. You know, people got subsumed into this European experience. Like the Slavic people, the Jewish people, the Greek people, and so on and so forth. You know, these were distinct people to begin with. You know, and you know, so what is that? But you know, obviously there's something there that has great you know, preeminence, should be preserved, a great cultural heritage coming from the European tribes and all of those people, and even a great um, you know, history in terms of Christianity and the way Christianity grew and unified the various European tribes, you know, and essentially all of these things. But you know, I don't see people really trying to claim those things. You know, instead they want to claim some sort of, you know, they want to claim the science and the technology, you know, which didn't really come from any one part of the world, kind of seems to come from collective efforts. Different people invented different things, and the technological advances seem to be built upon previous advances. You know, and they don't seem to, you know, be coming from any one country or place. So as to say that technology, it started out in the East and it moved to the West, but it doesn't really have a culture, so to speak, you know?
Yeah, and it seems to be eroding all possibility of salvaging those previous cultures as well. I mean, and I think that's the other danger, and that's kind of, you know, what another weird thought I had when you guys were talking about all this like Mars shit and stuff like that. It's like, you know, you and Tommy, it was an interesting conversation because it kind of made me think for a second. It's like, you know, these now these science people who are saying, well, Whitey is bad because Whitey colonized the brown people and pushed them into the system, which there is some truth there. But you know, the truth is now it's like, so now you want to go, like you were saying, you're like, now you want to go and colonize space. So you know, the oppressed wants to be the oppressor now. You know what I mean? It's like, so what's the fucking difference? It's the same bullshit, whichever fucking way you go. And the tech is going to make it to where, you know, people romanticize. This is the funny thing. They romanticize evening the playing field. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, and that's I mean, that's one thing I read in a book, you know, that, you know, I forget the historian's name right now. It's a very well-known historian, but basically he was talking about how they had all of these indentured slaves in America, you know, so you know, basically they had to ship them off from Europe to America because they were just populating, you know, Europe. They didn't really know what to do. They really didn't know what to do with them, so they shipped them off to America. And pretty soon, the wealthy landowners and the indentured servants who worked for them had a pretty big problem on their hands because these, I guess, indentured servants were teaming up with some of the slaves and having a revolt against the wealthy landowners. Well, that's when the wealthy landowners started to sell the slaves, and they sold the slaves to the indentured servants. So they created a system where they could continue being wealthy landowners whilst exploiting the slaves and also keeping the indentured servants against the slaves. So they used the system of slavery, and in other words, to convince the indentured servants to remain not landowners, to not own their own land by owning slaves instead. So whereas it was seen as this thing that, you know, they were tricked into, you know, you know, giving away what they actually could have had, which was the land, by being bought off with the slaves. instead. Fascinating stuff, because there's all of these peasant revolts against the wealthy landowners in America before then, you know. But yeah, it's just like what you said. They used another form of oppression to make the oppressed the oppressor, and then it's like what Herzl says in the Jewish State. He says we have new slaves. Our slaves are the machines.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
no, and I heard you mention a few days ago on your stream, you're talking about how Plato, was already talking about automatons and shit like that back in the fucking day. You know what I mean? I mean, these dudes are not playing around. You know what I mean? And the more I keep looking into all this shit, I mean, a lot of people have a problem when I keep trying to say that science is very much a religion. I mean, alchemy and all this shit. I mean, I guess you can just look at the process, but the process didn't arise out of secular thought purely at all. I mean, I don't think. I mean, maybe you can correct me if Heraclitus and these guys, because I don't know shit about them. I just keep hearing the same names pop up over and over again. But it seems as if these guys, maybe a few of them were what you might consider secular, if you consider pantheism not really a religion. And Jim Bob did an interesting stream today. I honestly didn't catch too much of it, but he seemed to be talking about how animism and pantheism and all these things seem to keep popping back up. And it does kind of seem to make sense in a way, because that's what, if science is not really secular, then you're going to have to adopt a certain set of beliefs in order to justify it. So it kind of, to me at least, it kind of seems to make sense. But I could be totally wrong about what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and it does seem like a lot of the same words are cropping up, but people don't know how long this shit has been cropping up, like this type of dialogue. And this is when I can take it back in time for the history lessons, for the people to see where these ideas actually came from, and track them down. And for these types of ideas, I mean, if you go as far back as Heraclitus and people like that, they didn't really actually have these types of ideas. Heraclitus actually said that Homer should be flogged. He thought Homer was one of the most he thought the Homeric poems were some of the most debased forms of ignorance that were available. And he famously,
why is that?
He just thought they made no sense, that if there was actually something in charge of the world, it wouldn't be a bunch of gods fighting with each other. He thought that such things were completely implausible and impossible,
So what did he think was going on and stuff?
Well, he thought there must be one God in control of everything, so he thought there's no way that there's multiple forces, like multiple gods in control of the world. He thought that that's completely ridiculous.
So he was the first monotheist.
Well, no, not specifically. There was many monotheists way before Homer, who doubted Homer. Even before Parmenides, there was many monotheists, and I think we actually don't know how old monotheism actually is. I'm sure that monotheism, in my opinion, it must be much older than paganism.
Well, I was listening to that Esoterica Justin Sledge Jewish feller recently,
Yeah.
and just to kind of get some of these videos I'd actually watched before, but now they actually make a little bit more sense to me. So I kind of went back and dug into some of the stuff to refresh my mind. And, Akhenaten seemed to be, 1200 BC or some shit. He was up there basically trying to, in some way, reform pantheism into something, I guess, proto monotheist, right? I don't know if that's true. That's what they said, but. And then you mentioned, Freud was trying to call Akhenaten Moses or some shit. So, and then you start looking into like how a lot of Jewish mysticism sounds very similar to ancient Egyptian fucking, I guess I don't know what you call it, cosmology or theology or some shit, or magic, whatever the fuck. I don't know what you call it exactly, but it seems that there's some similarities there. So, okay. And then you see that somehow evolved into, what we now call the Torah, I guess, or somehow it's related. I don't know exactly, but, so it's just very interesting because it seems that people aren't really putting this stuff together. And, as much as I don't like the guy, Justin Sledge, he did seem to have some points because if, when I'm watching the video, he has like all these notes on the side of the screen. He's like, this is kind of getting into this territory, being interdisciplinary is kind of required. You know what I mean? So, yeah. It's pretty, I don't know. It seems that there's something, there's something to kind of looking at the history of all this to me. I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems that there's some sort of connections here with some pretty old religions. I guess they can't really trace Judaism past 1200, or maybe I'm incorrect about that, but so I'm not sure. I mean, if you have any thoughts on that, I'd be interested.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this paragraph here from my book here, and I just feel like reading this because it goes into the thing that I was talking about earlier with the link between the founding of the theopolitical matrix that we're in, and also the scientific and technological matrix that we're involved in, is all linked to how the founder of Israel, or the Jewish state, is also a great promoter of liberalism. And you think, why in Israel, where it's a country that's founded on Jewish history based on the Bible, and based on this religious text, how come they're following a secular form of governance? It's very interesting. Why are they following a European parliamentary style system? And does that have to do with, Europe, how the Jews came from Europe? It's interesting. But here it says, here in paragraph 570 of Christ's protagonist, or Logos dethroned, I say the father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, was a promoter of liberalism. Herzl wanted a Jewish state, and this is obviously classical liberalism, not the modern form of liberalism, but he supported like John Locke, like classical liberalism, like from the Renaissance times. Herzl wanted a Jewish nation state modeled on Western European nations. He believed in the myth of progress. He writes in his work entitled, quote, the new Jewish sorry, it's called, quote, the Jewish State, unquote. And this is a work that he published in 1896. And it was originally titled Address to the Rothschilds. But in this work, he writes, quote, the technical progress achieved in our own era enable even the dullest of minds with the dimmest of visions to note the appearance of new commodities all around him, unquote. Reflecting on the view of material progress of the Western world, he further states, quote, the spirit of enterprise has created them. Without enterprise, labor remains static, unaltering. Typical to it is the labor of the farmer, who stands now precisely where his forebears stood 1,000 years ago, unquote. He wished to reject these old ways and says, quote, we are not dependent upon the circulation of old values. We produce new ones. We produce new values, he says. We now possess slave labor of unexampled productivity, whose appearance in civilization has proved fatal competition to handicrafts. These slaves are our machines, unquote. I just think that's a very interesting statement. He's, sort of, a great promoter of science, technology, liberalism. He's vastly against, the old ways. He says that we had slavery back in the day, but we've replaced slavery with machines. Very interesting. Reading door. Sorry about that. Yeah, we've been having issues with our internet, especially when I was talking about Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism, and how he was a promoter of liberalism. So I don't know if anybody got that quote there. But I was reading a paragraph from my book about how Theodore Herzl was a great promoter of science and technology in his work 1896 entitled Letter to the Rothschilds. And we had, of course, Neurojack joining us, But yeah, we're having some trouble with the internet here today. So we really apologize about it going in and out there with the internet connection, back and forth with this internet bullshit. But yeah, it's strange. We attacked Elon Musk and our internet got shut down. We attacked Theodore Herzl and our internet got shut down. So it's very interesting here. And we're not saying that anything suspicious is happening, but we are paranoid chilling here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about how the machine lies on the machine that lies. You know what I mean? It's just straight fucking chaos out here. Unadulterated fusion, mystery, wizardry, out here, trying to shut down the machine lies. But, we're going to keep bringing you some of this information. We're science and liberalism. The promoters of science and liberalism. What do they look like? Where do they stand? And what are they doing?
Yeah. In these world fallacies, fictitious, the fantastic, the fictional, multi-dictional, able to spiritual with the lyrical, the Jews and the Father, Scaramanga. Abrasive like the Sahara, lyrical daggers catcher, matter is batter smatcher, mentally I entrap it, rappers laying in pieces like a puzzle, vocal muffle, subtle maneuvers of trouble, like this without the muzzle, now it's without your bubble that you face me, waste me, never, whenever terror, I kill like Gacy, clever, fills my trace, these sick, demonic acts on ladies, he made me crazy, so babes be acting shady like I'm your local sideshow, title me vocal psycho, vital, me though I might go, and saying I'm ill like homophobia, causing dystopia, you know it's only the symphony of the ill and evil. I kill your sequel, seafood controls whole area codes. The niggas on the low, so cold, ready to blow your old rigmarole. I fold figures and blow. Mommy is like a sniper that gets high to hide the hyper tripe. Hyper rikers and five pipers to ease the pain on my sis. Going insane. I miss knowing the names of all the fine filth that I trash and slash hellish. I embellish the coroner's meat like I'm the reddish. Shock and tell us a sickness, horrific with witness. All because the world of my girl left with the quickness. It's chaos, supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. With fiends scheming for things, remain unseen. The sheen of gold pots, bold tops who hold blocks. The thrill of the kill, real when you fold knots. I got patrol cops sweating, they betting that another Vic's wetting for soul props. There's no stops, depression blessing the essence with another fresh session of bloodshed. Black and blue cadavers, I be stuffing them, catching fits, stretching like tempered steel. I'm ducking them in the field. I'm dressing, not interested in fucking them, just cutting them up like Techie 1200s. Don't speak, I'm well hunted. See, go the hell done it. I'm blunted, your hell stunned it. By the barrage, the SARS art, lyrical rhymes that flog your whole mob. These streets create killers like a factory. The back of me, niggas with daiquiris ready for splattery. You mad at me, jump? I probably swallow you whole like a bitch. I ditch authorities, follow me slow, so switch my MO. Now I hunger for Puerto Ricanos, your daughters up in the limo, Mexican, no puffin' endo. Chaos, supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos, block shotties have body bags wide open. I try hoping I might die like Odin. You cry holding internal organs, mic soaking. I scope into your innermost fears by 10. I wrote spears, I hope your armor holds up when I hit my silence. Close to riots like a diet, you deny it. Unanimous, your glamorous bands of damage. If your man insists you smoke like cannabis, you can't resist the temptation to saying you weak-minded motherfuckers. You suck your mother's breast under others and run for cover when I unleash the stress from the depressed. I'ma let any crest like metal through vest. You best regress. East, west, these just laughs, and it's a shame at last. You get a name, shaming the game, and with the same soliloquies, abilities nil. You killing me, chill. If that's your definition of skill, are you for real? And still, I savagely ravage your cabbage like a chef with breath control and press your hole like a Lexus. I'm blessed with gifts like gold. You know the flow, bro, so act like you know. Chaos, supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things, remaining unseen. Yeah. That's how we do it. Chaos, Dino behind the boards. It's chaos, father on the mic.
Yo.
Yeah, my bad, Joe.
No, I think actually it was me that time.
Oh no,
my
it was me. No, it was me. It was me. My bad. It was yeah. No, I had to make sure this dude was not acting too crazy outside. These motherfuckers
Oh
are
yeah,
messed up, bro. I don't know what
but
they're doing.
also during the course of this live stream, like my internet went out like 3 times. So I
Oh,
like,
perfect. Yeah, no,
yes,
I saw Tommy take over. Yeah, no,
he did get his 15 minutes of fame, but I do appreciate him doing that so that it didn't just fall silent there. So
No, that was
yeah,
cool. Actually,
yes.
I was thinking that would be good for like a like a video game or some shit where it's like like that's your fucking. Can you imagine just like you're out in space or some shit, and then you hear fucking Tommy's voice come over the radio saying all that shit? You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I also thought that he brought the level with that conversation that I wanted, because I wanted to show like how a lot of times, like, what motherfuckers are saying about Elon Musk is not making sense at all.
No, I mean, I
So,
get it. I mean, the thing is, I understand where he's coming from in a way. I don't agree with it, but I understand what he's trying to say. He's like, well, he's actually invested in all this shit. And it's like, that may be true, but I don't know. It's just a bizarre fucking.
I just think he was trying to focus on exactly what I'm saying. Like, I get all this shit about fucking, what do you call it? The businesses. I'm not talking about the business angle. It's cool if if you're a businessman, you sold a bunch of fucking Mickey Mouse, heads like fucking Walt Disney or whatever. What does it matter for humanity or science? We're talking about humanity and science. What's driving innovation? Is it human goals, or is it the pursuit of knowledge and discovery? Well, that Weinstein guy, it's like total fuckery. He's like, in order to he said Neil deGrasse Tyson's talking about wars, and we're doing it all for wars and all this shit. And it's like he's saying yes, I get that you have a concern about the goals of scientists, but on the other end, science requires irresponsibility. It's like, whoa, you know what I mean? And it's just like, these ideas are really old. It's like Star Trek, where the ship is literally called Enterprise. Enterprise. And it's like, whoa, why that specific word? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I always did wonder that. And they never changed the main ship's name either. So obviously it's a big deal. And you know what else I thought about when you were doing all this shit? I have a lot of other thoughts actually, but I want to mention this because I do think it's interesting. Who wrote Starship Troopers? Heinlein. And who is obsessed with Starship Troopers?
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, you know all too well. Do you want to know more? Come on.
Well, I know about Heinlein for sure.
Mr. Wilson. Remember, he does all his branding with like Starship Troopers style stuff.
Oh yeah.
He does all the like Starship Troopers. Do you want to? That movie? They're like, do you want to know more? And he does that. He like uses that voice and all that. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess that's from the Starship Troopers movie. Okay.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm not trying to say that means anything, but I am just saying, it's an interesting. because like you were saying, it's like, okay, we're gonna go take over space and all this shit. It's like, I mean, I get it if humanity was kind of united under something, maybe. I'm very skeptical of technology. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna believe in it, it would be more believable if we could, balance the budget and fucking get people fed and find some joy in life. I mean, I would believe it a little bit more easier, right? I mean,
yeah,
the
and
version that they're selling ain't really doing it for me,
Yeah, I know Heinlein is used, by Charles Manson too. Because he modeled his whole society off that book, Strangers in a New Land or whatever.
Who's that?
Charles Manson, because they had this whole angle with Robert Heinlein where his books seem to talk about the radical shift of like science fiction dystopia would have on a type of society's culture, like their racial and cultural makeup. And he had all these accelerationist like kind of angles in his book, like kind of like that, like this Pan-Asian association would take over, where it was like everyone was like mixed race in the future. And he had some interesting, like how they would push like sexuality, a brand new form of sexuality and stuff. He would explore these kind of ideas, in his book, especially.
Manson would do that. That's interesting.
No, Heinlein.
Oh, okay, got it. But that's kind of where you're saying that Manson got some of his ideas from, essentially.
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
because
that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, especially this idea of Helter Skelter, Yeah, let me look this up because I actually have this book by Heinlein called The Day After Tomorrow, or whatever, by Heinlein, and you open it up, and he says that the Pan-Asians have taken over, like the world, like federation. It's like a really strange kind of, weird subtext to the book where there's been, it says a top secret research facility hidden in Colorado mountains is the last remaining outpost of the United States Army after it's defeated by the Pan-Asians. And then it's like, noting that the invaders have allowed the free practice of religion. Look at this. Pan-Asianism. Yeah, I guess I can't really find where what Heinlein means by these people. But like, yeah, it's just interesting that he has these because I guess it means a lot of different things, because Pan-Asianism could also refer to the fourth way of Gurdjieff, where he tries to make this like Eurasian supercontinent or super state, in like Eurasia.
Well, that sounds like what they're trying to do with what do you call it? What's his name? Brzezinski and all those people, right? I mean,
yes, and they got a lot of the same like
lineage.
Lineage and schemes and stuff. I think Brzezinski and Menachem Begin are both from Poland, and like they were in the same like concentration camp or something in Poland when like the Nazis took over like Poland or whatever. They were like in the same jail.
You know what else is crazy? you were talking, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was talking about Mormons earlier. And, Mormons were like some of the first to kind of adopt this in the modern era, at least, return to Israel shit. And I've heard that they disproportionately find themselves in intelligence agencies and stuff like that. And, I mean, I only have hunches, but I've also heard that they're quite active in missionaries all over the world right now. And I don't know, just saying. I don't know exactly what that means, but
Yeah, I think it's definitely that, like, organizations like the Mormons and like New Age groups and stuff like that, and like the flat Earth people and all that stuff. It's like breadcrumbs for people, like the Soul Trap people and all this shit. It's like breadcrumbs for people, so that they look into like deeper occult concepts, because they're just giving you like what's on the surface. And of course, if you go and research a little bit into these things, you'll want to go and join these types of organizations to find out more.
well, even
So it's
even
kind of like,
even Scientology, I would say, is pretty much that as well. I mean,
right, it's like organizations invented by like known Satanists. Like Jacob Smith is a Freemason, like L. Ron Hubbard's in the OTO. And that's part of the thing. Once you're in the occult and you go to a higher level of the occult, they kind of tell you, well, you got to make like a breakaway organization that kind of reflects the same values, and have it be like one off, like from our organization, so that we can hide and divert people and also control, the organization. Right?
steering committees.
Yeah, they'll have like little like subgroups. They'll like purposefully make like little splinter groups and shit.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if you read, I mean, I haven't read it, but I assume if you read something like, The Art of War, it's pretty lining up with that. I mean, you'd have
Yeah,
to
this is like an
continuously have to.
inversion of that. This is like like the art of war is like create divisions within the enemy to make them fight each other. This is like creating divisions within yourself to like obfuscate your own goals. It's like weird. It's like a weird invert. It's like using that, but like reversing it and then also using it. It's like crazy shit. I mean,
No, that makes a lot of that makes a lot of sense to me. What, and I'm sorry to get back on this. Did you have any thoughts on what I was saying about how Akhenaten and Freud and this kind of Jewish mysticism that all seem to have some sort of I mean, there's a complex web and it's all occult, but do you see any specific connections between all that?
oh yeah, and I try to find my little map here, but I did draw like a little map. Sorry, of like the occult, how it like how far back you could really trace occult stuff, and I think it's interesting. But you know, I would definitely not place this development like any one place in the world, but definitely Egyptian, Persian, Indian, and Chinese, where they, actually, where if you look at a history book, they'll say that civilization started in Babylon, in Egypt, in Persia, in India, and in China, in the Yangtze River in China. I think it was the Tigris and the Euphrates over in Babylon, the Nile River in Egypt, the Ganges, river in India, and they had all these places where civilization started, so-called, but really they're the birthplaces of magic and astrology and these things. So it's obvious that whoever wrote these history books, you know, as like the Freemasons and all these people like wrote these history books, they wanted people to think that civilization was synonymous with like magic and science. You know what I mean, right? So they just made up this false history, even though in the Bible it tells us that, you know, Babylon, you know, although it was a, you know, illustrious city, it was also you know, very corrupt place. You know, like you'd rather live in a fucking desert than live in the city in fucking Babylon. I mean,
Well, what you're saying does seem to line up. I mean, I don't know much about the Middle East and stuff, but although I'm trying to learn more specifically, I mean, I know some for sure, but I mean, you know, but it's interesting when you look at Asia as well. That's why I was asking Firestarter. I mean, every major kingdom you can think of all had this occultist religion popping up. I mean, you were talking earlier with you know, with CBO about fuck, what was it? The Hindu religion and shit like that. But if you, you know, and in Southeast Asia, the Ramayana is, you know, particularly, I mean, I guess in all of Hinduism, but you know, even the Buddhists take that shit very seriously, apparently. And you look at the Ramayana and what that story is about. I mean, and although it's slightly different in, you know, Vietnam and China and Indonesia and Malaysia, it's all basically this network of occult religions, essentially, you know, and they just seem to weave the same tale. And I do have some more specific thoughts on kind of what it seems, because you were mentioning, I mean, I was watching this esoterica guy and he was talking about how Paul was probably a mystic, you know, a Jewish mystic. So, I mean, if that's true, then everything that Paul says becomes not, I don't want to say suspect per exactly just because of that, but I mean, there could certainly be some missing context, bare minimum, right? If he's like a you know, a Jewish mystic who's you know, into like, you know, traveling to astral realms and contacting you know, angelic beings and shit like that. I mean, this is the argument that was being made. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's true, then obviously he wasn't only saying what Christians are saying that he was saying. I mean, it would logically follow that there would be some other meanings to what he was saying, right? I mean, and I was listening to David Patrick Harry a lot the past few days, just trying to understand more of the Orthodox understanding. And, you know, this is not an attack. I'm really trying to understand. He basically is saying, well, we just cherry pick everything that we want and put it into Christianity. But, you know, you can't, but you can't cherry pick this other stuff and put it in Christianity. So it's like, okay. And again, like, I'm not saying that it's wrong, but it's like, you know, the foundation of the argument seems to be, well, our theology makes the most logical sense, therefore it's true. And I'm like, okay, I mean, again, like, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I mean, it seems to be a very dramatic statement. I mean, you know, a very important statement that you're making, right? So, you know, I think I would like to see some rigorous debate over that, you know what I mean? So that's kind of, I mean, I wrote down my notes. I think I sent it to you, but, you know, I was looking at my notes that I was making while watching, because I started reading your book a little bit too. So the first thing I wrote down was Christian perennialism, and he would say, well, it's not perennialism because we're not saying it's good in it's not everything is equally good. So that, to me, that means you're cherry picking. And again, this is not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying this seems to be what he's saying, in other words, in layman's terms, right? Most logical philosophical religion And then he said, the goal of Christians is to cooperate with the will of God, which seems like a technical term. And then he says, and so then I wrote down a question, which would be, is the desire for salvation selfish? And then he says, the body proceeds from the soul, and then it's the heart and the nous that's your noetic faculties of discernment. And he said it's kind of similar to that thing of like you want your heart to be a lightweight because you can't lie about your true feelings. And then he said perfection as a goal that's unobtainable. He didn't say that, but he's basically saying, well, Jesus is perfect in every way and he's a part of God, so we can never be that, but we're trying to become little g gods, through this process of trying to be more like Jesus. And then revelation as part of epistemology. So basically saying, revelation is part of the foundation of epistemology. And then he goes into free will from there. So, I'm like, okay, that's a lot. And that was just like an hour of him talking about the logos theology. That's kind of what I got out of it. So I was just kind of curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah, I'm having issues with the internet connection. So I'm sorry about that.
No, was that you or me?
Yeah, that was totally me. Yeah, but see, that's what I mean. It just kicks me out of my own StreamYard. It's done it like 3 or 4 times. But yeah, thank you so much, brother Talcott Express. Yeah, thanks for sticking around despite the issues there. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna leave this stream up. It is what it is. It's the internet. It's the StreamYards. It's not. It couldn't possibly be my fault. So let's just leave it at that. So it just I'm not in control of the airwaves, if you will, and every time I start making an important point, they shut me down out here. It's fucking weird. But yeah, I think I'll come back tomorrow and have like a better stream where I'm like actually able to talk about the issues. But yeah, for right now, I am gonna say that this whole business about Paul, and I was trying to get into this before I got shut down again, but Paul and the mystic angle, it does certainly seem interesting. Did they, is some of the theology there cherry picked? Well, I think I think Paul is a very enigmatic figure, and I don't think that's really anybody's fault. I think that Paul on his own seems very enigmatic. I mean, if we're to believe that, this man, was a, Jew with the Jew, a Roman with the Romans, as he says in Corinthians, that, he became as one outside the law, to win those outside the law. He became as one under the law to win those under the law. Then I really don't know what to say. This figure, seems to, he's admitting he seems to incorporate many forms of argumentation and theology into a single scope. And but does that mean he was misunderstood, himself confused, or a active deceiver? Well, it's interesting. If you say he's following some form of Jewish mysticism, then you kind of leave the option open that he's a sincere believer in something that's arcane, and that he's sort of confused, and that he's coming at it from a different angle, a one of Jewish mysticism. But some of these developments that they link this, Jewish mysticism to, they're things that develop much later, so I wouldn't necessarily link him to the Kabbalah or anything like that, but definitely he was hijacked by the Gnostics. So the Gnostics seem to use Paul a lot, in the next centuries or so, following his demise. And then you have a really strange narrative in Acts. And I think Acts of the Apostles, and this is a very mysterious kind of work, Acts of the Apostles, it does seem to portray Paul in a very interesting light. And the specific light it tends to portray him in is a kind of a bridge between a sort of Judaism that's exclusive to the to people who are followers of Judaism and followers of Jesus, and then there's another Judaism that he kind of um employs, that seems to be a you know I don't know how to say Judaism for the Gentiles, something like that. He does kind of say that he is the apostle to the Gentiles. And if we find out, where is he given this specific role as apostle to the Gentiles? Well, there's two different streams of thought here. In one sense, he's given it by Ananias upon his conversion, and there's different conversion stories in Acts. But in another sense, he's given approval to be apostle to the Gentiles by Peter and James, whose authority he later seems to reject. So in the internal dialogue there seems to be many conflicts between Paul and Peter and James, and all three of these figures seem to reflect some version of early Christianity. Now, I would think that the later followers seem to have made a greater conflict out of this, and it's important to note that many of the various groups of Christians, they followed by allegiance either Peter or James or Paul.
No, that definitely does seem to be the case. And what this Justin Sledge guy said is that, well, Acts is notoriously not historical, but
Yeah,
it's obviously,
that's what they say. Yeah.
But then it's obviously, and again, I'm not saying this. This is what this guy's saying, and he's saying, well, it's obviously that they're trying to paint a picture. And then I was listening to David Patrick Harry, and then David Patrick Harry says, well, you have, the picture of Paul and James, and this is like one can't look at the glory of God, and then the other one is shocked by it, and then I guess he's saying Paul is trying to get closer to it, or John, or I can't remember. He said one of them is trying to get closer to God, and like you said, it's like, okay, so now we're drawing in from all these other religions, from Plato to Aristotle, and he's and David Patrick Harry is directly saying, we got this concept from Aristotle, we got this concept from Plato, and again, like, I'm not saying that all this means that, I'm saying that Christianity is bullshit. What I'm saying is like it's a very complex web of things being amalgamated, and
Yeah, and maybe
you know,
we can if we're polite, we could pose these questions to set up a debate, the same capacity of the debate with that they were gonna have with Bryson Gray, or is it Bison Gray, or is
Bryson
it
Gray, I think is his name.
Bryson Gray, or whoever that gentleman was. I think the topic was is Christianity Jewish or something like that. It was something to that effect, or it was like,
And which one was David Patrick Harry arguing for?
I gotta go to the announcements for the Crucible Discord there, and maybe I'll be able to find what the title of this debate was. But it had a specific title, which I'm not remembering. But if I could analyze the original prompt, I'm pretty sure I could construct a pretty good argument for the Bryson Gray side of that debate. You know, if they'd be interested in having that type of thing. But yeah, I could definitely play devil's advocate for that guy's side. If I could. Obviously, I wouldn't subscribe to his form of beliefs, but it'd be important to note that that I don't. I think there is something possible there in order to argue, that point. Let me see where it is here.
Argue? You mean argue that Christianity is not based on Judaism?
That well, I don't remember exactly what the Bryson Gray guy's position was in this debate, but
you mean his position? No, I'm sure. Yeah, Bryson Gray. Who the fuck is that, dude?
It was the same as the debate he did against Jay Dyer. It was the same topic. I don't know maybe I could find this one, but yeah, maybe I can find this shit.
Yeah, who keeps the Torah? I think that's what it was called. I just googled it.
Yeah, who keeps the Torah? Yeah, because that was kind of like the whole Jay Dyer type of. I don't know. I think he like argued with this Bryson Gray fellow and said like, Christianity's not Jewish, and then argued against the Kikachu and said it's fully Jewish. So I got so confused.
Did you see the apostate prophet guy who's like a former Jew? I mean, a former Muslim who's like now like talking really bad shit about Islam. Have you seen that? I was just curious if you know who that, anything about that, or like what's that about?
Who is it?
Look it up. It's called apostate prophet.
Apostate prophet, and who was it?
I'm not sure who he was talking to. I can't remember, but someone pretty fucking famous. I cannot remember. I think it was Myth Vision or someone else, but I just remember someone with a big ass channel was promoting that guy.
And what was the name of the video?
Just type in apostate prophet. I think that's what it's called. And it'll have like a little white weird.
Yeah, I've seen this guy's videos for sure.
if you see like who he was talking to that's famous, and what that topic was, I'm bringing that up because well, maybe I shouldn't say it on the stream, but basically a lot of all these channels starting to like release like very, very fucking similar ass fucking topics on the same week at the same time. Like, it's very bizarre.
Yeah, this is a bunch of strange videos on this guy's channel about Islam. And actually, you know what? I actually found out from this guy that Carl Jung compared the Prophet Muhammad to Hitler because he was promoting Carl Jung in lieu of his statement. And I was like, wow. I was like, I don't know if you understand this, but this is a definite point against Carl Jung and not against the Prophet.
Why is that?
Just because for Carl Jung to make such huge comparisons, you know.
Yeah. Well, no, I was maybe maybe the question I was asking we can't really answer on here, but
yeah.
just joking. Yeah, it's that's very it's just bizarre because now, like, again, like I was listening about Carl Jung, and basically from what I understand, which is not very much about Carl Jung except for that, Jordan Peterson based his whole thing around Jung.
That's right.
He seems to, from what I heard, he seemed to cherry pick alchemy to make it say what he wanted it to say, which seemed to me that was basically trying to combine a very weird, what you were talking about from the Bohm guy and stuff like that, like basically trying to combine theosophy with Christianity or some shit like that. Maybe I'm totally off base, but that seemed to be the implication of what I was hearing. But maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yeah. It does seem like I have this quote somewhere in this book, but see if I can find it. But yeah, this guy literally says that Jesus and that Jesus was a just like a bodhisattva, just like Ramakrishna. And I said, Ramakrishna? That's absurd. How does that even translate? That this, one is the savior of humanity, and the other is a literal Hindu peasant. That was like homeless for a while, like converted to different religions. What are we supposed to get from this? That everybody's a bodhisattva. Oh yeah, here we go. Look at this. There is, however, a third position typified in Mahayana Buddhist ideal of the bodhisattva, whose being or nature sattva is quote unquote enlightenment, and who yet with unquenched quote unquote compassion for his or her fellow creatures has either remained in or returned to this suffering world to teach. Such a one was Ramakrishna himself. Ramakrishna was somebody who returned to this world after having died out of compassion for humanity. Like, how the fuck could Joseph Campbell possibly have known that?
Who the fuck is Ramakrishna? Who's that?
Ramakrishna is the founder of Hinduism.
And he was supposed to be a human? basically.
He's just a dude from Bangladesh.
Right. Interesting.
You know,
Well,
like I'm not even joking. And this is and Joseph Campbell, who again was on the set of Star Wars movie because he understands the hero's journey and all this stuff. I mean, this guy is writing the films, the movies today, the power of myth and all this stuff. This guy is telling you that this fucking dude right here. This is as crazy as OTW saying that we came from Yakub's ball sack. Right? This is just like the same thing, you know. But this guy is a crazy famous teacher, and OTW is a schmuck. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, and I mean that's kind of what you start noticing. I mean, it's if people really started looking into where Hinduism came from and all that, which is, you know, another is basically the same shit that was in, you know, Iran and fucking Iraq and all that. I mean, it's basically the same shit. They just give everyone new names and make up some other version of, you know, their explanation of it. But
Yeah, and it says here, and this guy taught Vivekananda. You know, so Vivekananda is the guy who invented the word Hinduism. You know, Vivekananda. It says here, Swami Vivekananda was one of the most influential. What does it say here? Hold on. It says, is credited with raising interfaith awareness and bringing Hinduism to the status of a world religion. You know, Vivekananda was inclined from a young age towards religion and spirituality. He later found his guru Ramakrishna. You know, and who's this dude Ramakrishna? It says right here, Ramakrishna was an Indian Hindu mystic and spiritual leader. After adhering to various religious practices from Hindu traditions of Bhakti Yoga, Tantra, and Advaita Vedanta, as well as from Islam and Christianity, he proclaimed the world's various religions as, quote, so many paths to reach one and the same goal, unquote. So, how is this dude who founded the modern day version of Hinduism, you know, which is the Advaita Vedanta, which is basically what everybody follows, where they say, like, you know, we're all basically God in drag, as Ram Dass, you know, Richard Alpert, and all these other people say. Well, you know, this guy is a perennial philosopher. He believes that we can combine all the world religions right out the gate. So how is he a quote unquote Hindu?
well, but that's the other thing is, like, you know, when all these crazy people are saying, like, you know, God is trans, and, you know, and Jesus is trans and all that, like, they're not really joking, because that's actually, some of these belief systems actually do believe that kind of shit. So I mean, they're not, you know, it may be meant as an insult, but there are belief systems that actually do believe such things. So it's not totally
Yeah,
outside
like,
of the realm of, you know, theology.
yeah, like this guy Marcus the Magi, he literally described Christ as a naked female with Greek letters written on her body. So, like, you know, he's like saying that Christ is like a female. You know, it's like totally weird. He's like describing Christ as like a goddess. It's really strange. So, you know, obviously, you know,
And where did he get that from? Did he claim, like, where that idea came from, or?
I bet it was from well he claimed that he got it from a vision. But it's obvious that he derived this from these the Greek goddesses and all of these types of things.
Yeah, no, something I was looking into was talking about that, about how some of these guys were, some of the Gnostics. That's why I brought up the Pauline mystical stuff, because if you look into Valentinianism and that kind of stuff, I mean, they believed in this whole other fucking dimension. Sophia became wisdom, and some very strange like connections like that, and a lot of that kind of stuff like that. I don't. Again, I'm speaking out of my ass because I'm not very well educated, but it seems that Valentinianism didn't really die off. But, it was connected to other stuff, and Manichaeism and all this. Like, a lot of those concepts really never go away. Never really went away. They just kind of melded into other things. And again, you look at alchemy that turned into science and chemistry and all this other stuff. I mean, it kind of had a similar cosmology. So, like, people think, people laugh about like the angel numbers and the, like, I just Googled angel numbers about where it came from. And it's like, ancient mysticism from fucking ancient Egypt, basically. I mean, it's like, this shit has been around a long time, dude. And, like astrology and all that, like, this stuff has really been around for quite a while. But, by being, at least according to the history that we're being told,
Yes.
Okay, here it goes. Ancient Greek civilization with the philosopher Pythagoras believing our reality is the physical manifestation of the vibration of numbers. And then I saw another one that said something about ancient Egypt as well. So, even David Patrick Harry, again, he was talking about how Pythagoras saw everything was based on the number 3. And so, and then he went into, how the Trinity makes more sense than anything else. And again, I'm not saying he's wrong, but what I'm saying is, like, pretty sure Pythagoras wasn't a Christian, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, I mean, unless there's something I don't know, you know what I mean?
Yes. And I do have to make my morning prayer, so I'm gonna step away for just a minute here. But I will be back very shortly. Yeah, thank you for sticking around, brother Neurojack. Thank you so much to Illumitami for holding down the stream despite the radically terrible internet access. Thank you for people in the chat for showing up. Thank you to our 17 viewers for sticking around despite the horrible internet connection. God bless all of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. If you can just, ask any question, interact any way you feel comfortable, and go ahead and hop on the panel if you guys feel comfortable enough to do so. There's no worries, my friends. Thank you. I appreciate you. Even if there was one person here watching, even if there was just me and Neurojack here, we'd still be talking about these things. We do so many times in private, the same types of conversations we have on air. There's almost no difference, So, between our private conversations and our on-air dialogue, this is part of the things that we're involved in here. But I will be right back, my friends. Thank you so much. And please enjoy this musical infotainment.
as we move forward. Anytime you come closer to something, your vision should get clearer. Am I right? You are a tool in the hidden hand that's using you. Please don't be delusional. The rulers of this world practice confusing you. The people and the priests and the imams have been jammed by government scams, minds systematically programmed. Blatant black hatred and racism. The way they lace the whole world and nation with traces of Satanism. This place is a pagan prison. The founding fathers enslaving intentions were no different than Bush's and Reagan's visions. 1776 it took action. This Illuminati took form and was spawned from a Colombian faction. Just flip your $1 bill over, and if you want me to expose the true code of deception, I will show you. We live in a designed wicked system. The number 13 is consistent in Masonic symbolism. It represents transformation. 12 completes a cycle, so 13 is rebirth and regeneration. The meanings of the symbol are strategically hid. On the left side, you see a 13-layered pyramid. Over that sits the all-seeing eye where the light shines, a sign of the devil watching over you at all times. With the words Anawit Coeptus, 13 letters meaning he has favored our undertakings. Will you accept this? Or will you learn the science and ignore them? Under the pyramid you see Novus Ordo Seclorum, translated New Order of the World, or the New World Order, authors and satanic fathers of mass slaughter. The eagle that you see on the right sits below 13 stars with a shield that has 13 stripes and an olive branch in its claws with 13 leaves, which is supposed to be in his talent to represent peace. But peace was always on a decrease. His other claw holds 13 arrows of war set to be released, and the letters at the bottom of the pyramid are fixed with the Roman numerals that equal 1776. The United States of America exists in a deep devilish abyss with truth and paganism mixed. Every president that ever lived was foul. They gather at Bohemian Grove where they bow down before the owl. See, the owl is wise and sees through the darkness of night, and there's a small one on the dollar near the one on the top right. It ain't hard to understand this government was never for us. The eagle was based off of the Egyptian hawk Horus. The 13 colonies who went to wicked sovereignty and made no apology for the obvious idolatry. Subconsciously, we follow the ways of the beast and pay homage to pagan gods when we say days of the week. Like Sunday, they worship the sun. Monday is moon day. Tyr, the god of war, was worshipped on Tuesday. Odin, the chief god, is who Wednesday is named for. Thursday is Thor's day, god of thunder, the mighty Thor. Friday was named after Frigga. Notice the pattern. Saturday is the Roman god of agriculture, Saturn. Frigga was the goddess of love, the wife of Odin. The polytheistic theologies needed decoding. The rituals like trips across the sand as man takes. The skull and bones fraternity, the secret handshakes. But understand, he receives only 33 degrees. He secretly believes in Lucifer and other deities. Many powerful and rich people are controlled by these. They even hold the soul of several of your favorite MCs. Politicians telling lies, tongues riddled with thorns, and use hand gestures shaped in the form of devil horns. You don't feel this any harm because you don't know what it entails. Satan tampers with stem cells and sprays chemtrails. The so-called holidays are hypocrisy, established to use religious doctrines to commit annual robbery. Christmas split in half as Christ's Mass. The so-called birth of Jesus, where every home has glowing lights cast. Christ the Anointed One masked the birth celebration, but Jesus' birth was kept secret due to the situation. The king initiated a death plot because the Messiah was prophesied to rule, so Jesus' murder was authorized. No one knows the actual date. That's why sometimes you see Xmas. X means unknown, but ignorance affects us.
What's going on, everyone?
It's Illuma Tommy, and I'm taking over the show.
Yes, yeah. I don't know what happened. How he like fucking yelled over me and then fucking stayed on here, and then I came back and he just left. So
It's
So, yeah.
he's into the mystical practices, man. He hangs out with
Yeah,
Elon.
he's-
They're up there, drinking blood and reptiling around.
Yeah, but I thought, it's interesting. Like he fucked up the stream, but then he didn't fuck up the stream, but then he just left. So he didn't explain himself. It's like weird.
He's Illuma Elon.
Yeah, but Illuma Tommy, he's got a special gift for sure because everybody in here be on his ass as soon as they see him. So they be like trying to, you know, like get rid of him, but then everybody's there when he's there. And then when he's gone, nobody's here. So Illuma Tommy is a special gift. You know, people love to hate Illuma Tommy, which is, you know, I mean, that's a special gift, man.
He just has a whole gang of haters following.
I mean, infamy is as good as fame. You know what I mean? Out here, so definitely, you know, he'll be utilizing. Yeah.
Speaking of which, I wonder what this guy is trying to do. I sent you the video. Just if you maybe you don't want. This is what why I brought up this dude, a prostate prophet, because of what this video he made. I didn't watch it yet, but if you want to watch it, we can. If not, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, what is this celebrity that you were saying he was with? Because I don't know which video.
I'll look for that, but just click this one to see what he said, if you don't mind.
Which one are you talking about?
In the private chat.
Yeah, I think my private chat like reset itself, or wait, let me see if it's there, because I'm trying. Okay, yeah, I see this shit. Because sometimes when you log out of the StreamYards, then the private chat's just gone. Or whatever. I know I fell out of the stream. I physically fell out of the motherfucking StreamYards like a couple times when my internet shut off. But yeah. What the fuck is? Oh, is this the video right here? Okay.
The first thing that you learn when you convert to Islam is to defend Muhammad's child marriage. Let's take Sneeko, for example. Sneeko recently became a Muslim, although it doesn't really mean much. He doesn't really practice Islam, he still drinks.
Stay healthy.
Do you not drink?
No, I mean, I do.
Still fools around, has fun with girls kissing each other on his lap. He doesn't pray, and so on. He became a Muslim because Andrew Tate converted to Islam. For those of you lucky enough not to know who Sneeko.
So wait, he did all that shit after he converted to Islam? That's crazy. I can't believe somebody would have just straight up these hooas. These hooas making out on your lap. Good Lord. Good Lord.
Is, it's too late now, I'm sorry. He is an influence.
This dude is not a. First of all, this dude straight up got acne like crazy. I don't know if this dude is a burn victim or like what the fuck, but yeah, man, he's not. He's not fun to look at. I'll tell you that. I mean, this is an ugly cat for sure. Like one of the ugliest dudes I've ever seen. Like for real. Like,
oh, wait till you see this video I just sent you.
Like I got news for you, dude. Like the Prophet Muhammad, like he got tons of
ladies.
Tons of ladies that he deserved. You know what I mean? And you're you're a motherfucking, straight up hideous fella. You know what I mean?
I didn't know Islam had incels, but here we go.
Well, this guy is apparently
well, he's not Islam anymore, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, he's total atheist. He's not a Christian either, but then he claims that Christianity is closer to liberalism than Islam. So he'll team up with Christians to bash Islam. It's very interesting.
Well, check out the video I just sent you too, because I pretty much, I've already heard the same argument 100 million times about I don't even know anything about Islam, but I just know every time someone says, "Oh, he had a child bride," it's like Jesus Christ, dude. Like, get over it.
Yeah, it's totally fake. Fake news made up by a Jew. It's fucking crazy. You know, I can't even believe. You know, and the thing is that who's human trafficking in this country? You know, would it be people named Weinstein, people
It's like
named
Rodriguez.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about people named Weinstein and people named Epstein? They wouldn't be involved in child trafficking, would they? But oh yeah, let's just talk about Muslims. Meanwhile, you don't see any Muslims engaged in any sex trafficking or anything like that. You just see Muslims engaged in, oh, I'm just married to like my Muslim wife, and you know, I don't try to tell her to wear hijab and stuff because she'll fucking cut my head off if I tell her what the fuck to do, or if I get a second wife, which I'm allowed to do, but she'll fucking kill me if I get a second wife. You know, it is what it is. You know, this is how most Muslims live their life. You know,
For
meanwhile,
real.
meanwhile, your society is plagued by child traffickers, incels, pregnant teenagers. Come on. You mean
Well, and you know, I feel like that's part of what what's his name, Andrew Tate's role is. Oh, I'm a Muslim, but oh, and by the way, I traffic a bunch of women. You know.
right, right. And I'm a Muslim, and these women are making out on my lap. You know what I mean?
And I have more
Total.
than one Bugatti, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, and I also question. Yeah, I question any of these guys. Yeah, the other guy that he hangs out with, the Sheikh Uthman guy, I don't find his arguments to be that impressive either. So it's
Well,
just
well,
kind of strange.
well, check out the video I sent you next. The one right there. Look who he's teaming up with.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah, and then and I find it extremely interesting that this guy promotes all those liberal values that you reject. You know what I mean? He promotes scientism, you know, even transhumanism. You know, he gets into kind of transhumanist territory. This apostate prophet guy, he promotes Carl Jung, which is a fucking Gnostic, you know, but you're gonna team up with him to bash Islam. How much of an evil do you think Islam is that you'll team up with Jews and atheists and anybody to bash Islam? Like, Islam must be the fucking greatest evil in the whole fucking world if you'll team up with the literal people that you say are causing the main evil in the world to fight Islam. I mean, isn't that amazing? You know what I
I,
mean?
I think I know the name of the debate you should have with Jay Dyer or anyone like that. You should say, is Islam the last heresy or some shit? You know what I mean? Like that would
Yeah,
be.
yeah. Yeah.
Are we the last ones you're trying to wipe out?
Yeah, really. Yeah. Wow. You know, truly and really, you know, I mean, it's really amazing. And and Myth Vision will team up with, you know, the Jihad Watch guy. You know, out of all people,
Well,
you
and look
know,
who what's his name? Everyone will criticize what's his name? Sam. Who's that motherfucking guy?
Sam Harris.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
criticize him on everything except for that.
Yes.
I just realized that too. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's incredible. And these same channels, you know, keep in mind that you know, you're allowed to say that Islam you know, that basically Islam is going to give birth to the Antichrist, which I basically heard David Patrick Harris say on his show. but it literally says that about the Jews in the book of Revelations.
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
David Patrick Harry said the Antichrist was going to be Muslim, even though it says that the Jews are going to be the Antichrist in the book of Revelations. It says that the synagogue of Satan and all that stuff. There's no mention of Islam in the book of Revelations or anything like that. So,
because it was before Islam even existed, at least as
yeah,
far, right? So
yeah, no kidding. So how does he interpret that out of out of the what prophecy of the church or whatever is he getting that from? It's truly amazing. I mean, but you're not allowed to say anything about one other group of people. So, we're just going to carefully not say anything about that group of people and claim that Islam is the bane of evil in the world. It's literally mind-boggling stuff. It's like you say that the root of evil is about the Gnostic heresies and the Kabbalah and how they hijacked Christianity with Protestantism. What does that have to do with Islam?
well,
Really?
I guess they now they try to say that Islam is a Gnostic heresy, which again, like, make the argument openly and clearly. But and I did, to be fair, I did miss that stream with Resident Sleeper. The weird thing is, like, I missed your debate with him, and I missed Jim Bob's presentation, and so now I understand why you're hostile to all these people, because it's like you have a debate where I think you did pretty well, and I think everybody even said that, but then they pretty much seem to, like, not really want to jump at the next opportunity to debate, and then they kind of just do all the stuff to say Islam is Gnostic. And again, like, even if that's true, like, why wouldn't they want to debate on that topic instead of just let's just do a stream on it? I get, I kind of see where you're coming from now.
Yeah, and I think the last like 15 debates have been just Andrew Wilson versus somebody. So I think really I might want to choose another venue that's taking debates more seriously. Taking debating more seriously. Certain of the topics I presented, I know definitely people were wondering how they were able to construct those arguments in the Resident Sleeper debate and kind of get away with it. Definitely nobody that I found around was able to take it seriously or challenge any of the points. And when I attempted to present the counter argument on the Jim Bob stream, they booted me from the stream. Even though I've had many polite conversations with Jim Bob since then, so it just feels like, that for whatever reason or another, these particular group of people just don't want to engage. And I suspect the reason is because they obviously have a clear agenda at play. And, just this, I mean, this is just, I mean, I started seeing this stuff weeks ago where they were like working with the apostate prophet and, all that stuff, but I also saw Myth Vision working with Robert Spencer. And that's when I saw Unholy Alliance, because Myth Vision is willing to claim at every turn that Christianity is really Judaism, or it's really Kabbalistic in some sense. But then they're willing to claim that Islam is totally made up. So in some sense, they're claiming that Christianity is more true than Judaism itself via Gnosticism. But Islam is completely false and made up via Gnosticism. I just think that that's a tremendous, double speak on their part. You know what I mean?
Can you repeat that last thing you said, where you said, I understood, I heard the last part, but the part right before that?
Well, I was just pointing out how they kind of claim that Christianity is formed via Gnosticism, so it's more true than Judaism. But that because it represents a mystical form of Judaism, but through that very same matrix of thought, Islam is proven false. I just find that amazing.
Well, this is what I was saying. I really think, if it's possible, if it's feasible to have someone like you and Posh and David Patrick Harry debate, like I'll jump on your side or I'll jump on their side. Like I'll even jump in just to get the debate done. You know what I mean? Like I would love to see that conversation be fleshed out, because the debate with you and Resident Sleeper, I think that you did try to flesh it out, and then every time that you actually started getting somewhere, like it got the subject got changed. And I'm not saying that was done on purpose, but
well, to a certain extent, now that I think back, it did seem a little bit contrived. For example, the Andrew Wilson did jump in like circa like I think it was like 45 minutes in or something like that. The moderator started, throwing his weight around in a way that I felt was inappropriate. You know what I mean? But I won't really focus too much on that, because I think I got my points off anyways. But they were sort of demanding that I read the Quran, like trying to derail me, saying that I point to a specific passage where Adam did this and that. And this was all just very contrived. Even though I knew the specific passage and pointed it out, they then insisted that I read the passage out loud. And the same treatment was not given to me when I pointed or referenced any specific verses in their Bible. They just seemed to have skipped over that. So they wanted to know the specific instance of, so they wanted to quiz me on my own religion while not understanding it. But then when I quiz them on theirs, they don't have to know about it at all.
Well, this is why I made those notes and I sent them to you, because it would be questions that I would ask of David Patrick Harry. And I think the most important one would be, well, specifically, how is epistemology and revelation related? What do you think about that idea that epistemology and revelation are connected somehow?
I think it goes to and I think people get confused about this point in Islam, whereas I'm closer to EBT's position that that one could reach the truth just as easily outside of revelation as one could through revelation.
Can you give me an example of what that means?
Yeah, I would say that since the universe is created by God, if you actually truly observe the universe, you would extrapolate that there's some sort of creator that made the universe, and in that very rational understanding of the function of things around you, you would be pertaining to a truth also found within Revelation, for example, and possibly the most deepest and most profound and most important truth that's found there.
Well, I guess that's the key of what David Patrick Harry seems to be saying. I mean, it seems that because he kept referencing Aristotle in this, and he was basically saying, we have the tripartite existence of mind, body, and body, soul, and nous. The soul comes first, the body comes second, and the nous is third. And then he seemed to be saying revelation is tied to the epistemology. And then he said, God gave us free will. We have to have free will because otherwise it's not a choice. And therefore we can't be judged by our hearts. I mean, that seemed to be my take.
Well, this is really a kind of reference made to Paul himself, because Paul says that you could receive, the gift of the Holy Spirit. And he talks about this, and he says that you can go there with your spirit, but you also have to go there with your mind, or else it's useless to receive this gift. And he said that there's many people who understand it in their body, that they can make the movement to pray, but they can't take their mind there. And there's many people who are there in spirit, but they can't go there in their mind. And so he puts this 3 levels of actually doing the thing, with your body, actually understanding what you're doing with your mind, and then also receiving a special gift, from a spirit, through the spirit. So he says all 3 elements essentially have to be there for a full understanding, because there's people in his ministry or church or whatever that are claiming to receive this gift or whatever, or claiming to receive the spirit. And he's saying, well, not all of these people who are claiming to do this are legitimate. He's pointing to people who are kind of overzealous in their attempt to reach this state, and not taking the care about it. I don't know if you know which passages I'm referring to, but
No, I don't, off the top of my head.
yes, and partly in the book, it may assist you, because actually I wrote at the end of the book I write an exegesis of the Pauline epistles.
Yeah,
So
I'm starting on that part. That's where I
yeah,
started. Yeah.
I just go over the Pauline epistles, and I guess I give a pretty critical treatment because it's at the end of the book. So all of the points I'm making about them have already been made throughout the book, but I still, for somebody who has no understanding of the Pauline epistles, or doesn't even remember, can't recount what Paul says, or the general breadth of the topics that are presented there, definitely it's interesting to see just what he brings up, and what he's talking about there.
Well, I only got 2 pages in, and it refreshed my memory quite a bit of my impression of reading Paul and the Bible in general. But specifically Paul. I mean, Paul is very. I mean, I just remember reading it, and I was like, this doesn't seem to really fit the Gospels. And again, I'm a Christian, but at the same time, like, I have some very serious questions about what it is that I'm reading, because when I'm reading it, it sounds as if he's, again, I've said this many times the past few days, but it's something that I don't understand why people will shy away from it. But it seems as if he's certainly not speaking plainly. You know what I mean? He's obviously talking about some pretty heavy and huge implications of what he's saying. And I think, again, he is referencing stuff outside of the text of the Bible, and he seems to be addressing this, but in a way to where it's meant for certain people to understand what he's saying. I mean, he says that explicitly, and I had forgotten about that until our conversation the past few days. But he explicitly says, I'm not writing certain things for certain people. I'm not really trying to tell you what I know, because you don't need to know. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's kind of, and, again, I'm not saying that the guy wasn't doing the right thing, but you know, it's a very interesting thing to say when you're, you know, just supposed to take the guys as, you know, basically gospel. I mean, you know what I mean? Like you can't, you know, you can't question the guy. But then he basically says like, yeah, I'm not being straight. I'm not being honest with you, or not even that he's not being honest, but you know, he's basically saying I'm not here to tell you what's up, really.
Yeah, and it seems like to me, I mean, it seems interesting the various presentations of Paul and how his message relates to the gospels, but I think that you know, the gospel of Luke and the gospel of John, you know, that they portray some of the more critical aspects of maybe what could be seen as a Pauline message, or like a Paul's message. But then I think of John the apostle and Paul the apostle as having radically different roles. You know, you have John the apostle as somebody who may or may not have been there during Jesus' crucifixion, and also is responsible for revelations, and is a teacher from Ephesus, which is in Turkey. And if you look at Paul is also from Turkey, but he claims in Acts that all of the people in Asia have rejected his teaching. So it's interesting because, you know, John the Apostle is related to the churches in Asia Minor, which is Turkey at the time, where Paul is actually from. So I don't know because this other figure, John the Apostle, is a very enigmatic figure. Historically speaking, they don't know that much about him. So,
And what was the big difference, in your opinion, about what John was saying versus Paul? I mean, you know, really basic level. What would you say is the biggest difference?
well, I don't. Well, it would have been interesting if Paul said something about the logos. You know what I mean? But he's pretty silent on that. You know, if Paul, you know, if Paul just said, "Oh, you know, by the way, Christ is the logos," that would have been great.
And what does Paul seem to say that Christ is you know, in like not in opposition to, but as opposed to what John's saying?
Well, I guess I don't know if it's particularly different, but I just know that, you know, if he wanted to give this great term to you know, Jesus as the logos, you know, then you know, he was welcome to do that. I don't know why he didn't employ the term. You know, just simply put, it seems like, in my view, Paul does not seem to, well, it doesn't seem like Paul actually you know, in the end scheme for Paul in Corinthians 15, you know, Jesus surrenders it all to God the Father, and it becomes all in all with God the Father. You know, so I don't know if that's the particular scheme in John, where it's logos is basically eternal and one with the Father, you know, for all of creation. You know, and the world is created through Christ. And in the other sense, you know, in Paul's Philippians hymn, Christ lowered himself. You know, it says, even though he was equal to God, he lowered himself, having obedience to God. So Christ, even though he is equal to God, he subordinates himself to God. I don't know what that could possibly mean, but if he's co-equal with God, what could that possibly mean? You know, is that different from what's there in John 1? You know, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? To me, it would have been helpful if Paul used this term logos. That would have cleared up a lot of the mystery, you know.
I had another thought while I was listening to David Patrick Harry, and I wanted to run this by you. And again, like I'm trying to understand this as well, because this is the very same question that I had when I first read a lot of this stuff, you know, when I was a kid. So this is, you know, 30 years I'm simmering on these topics. Well, maybe not 30 years for this specific question, but, you know, since I heard of Plato and Aristotle and the demiurge and all these mythological things, I did take some pretty heavy mythology classes in high school. So, you know, because you know, we all kind of get a sense of the basic, you know, from watching Hercules, the legendary journeys. But, you know, when you actually go and read the text, it's like, it's pretty out there. But from what I understand of, you know, and again, Christians are going to jump on this and say, I'm not really a Christian because I'm asking a question like this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. To me, it seems as if Christianity basically took the idea of the demiurge, took it from evil to good, and then said the demiurge is not from God, but it is God. Now, I know that's a very controversial way to put it, and I know it's somewhat of a straw man, but that's kind of what I get the impression of when I start trying to understand what they're actually getting at. Or am I misinterpreting that they're saying that God is God, the demiurge is Jesus, and Sophia is the Holy Spirit, but we're going to call it something else? I mean, again, I you know, this is going to piss off Christians, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like, you know. And again, you know, maybe it's my interpretation of, because I don't understand, but that's seems to be kind of the theme of what I've seen, you know.
And I'm not sure about the Holy Spirit, because there's so little mention of Holy Spirit in conjunction with Jesus and the Father in Paul's sort of letters. You know, it seems that when he makes use of the Holy Spirit, he's talking about something else, you know, than when he's talking about God the Father and and um and Jesus Christ. But in Colossians, you know, and this is Colossians you know, I think it's, where he says, he is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities, all things were created through him and for him. And he is the head of the body, the church. He is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead. Then in everything he might be preeminent. For in him all the fullness of God was pleased to dwell. So these terms like the fullness of God, the image of the invisible God, these are highly confusing terms. You know what I mean?
Yes, and
Like what does it mean for the fullness of God to dwell in something? You know what I mean?
well, that's kind of what I wonder too, and specifically, and again, I know that I'm, more or less retarded on theology, but what do you think of what I said about, Father God and then the demiurge being either Jesus or something? Because, from my understanding of, I guess it's, Plato's cosmology, maybe I'm wrong, but you had a creator God and he created the demiurge, and one of them's evil and one of them's good. And Christianity basically just says, well, they're all good. And, the Holy Spirit is just like the third part of it that we don't really explain, you know what I mean? Very much. So, and again, like I'm saying this as a Christian because I've tried for years to try and understand what this is. And I've heard some explanations, but it's, yeah, I don't know that I really understand what's going on.
Well, I don't know if Jesus, who spoke Aramaic, or Peter, who spoke Aramaic, maybe, in my opinion, I don't know if they would have known anything about Greek philosophy or anything like that. Or was it available to the Aramaic people, or was it, totally escapes their type of knowledge base? I mean, I'm not sure to the extent, but I do know that quickly after, there was the Messiah of the Jews presented himself here on this earth. He was attempted to be murdered by the Jews, just as the Jews attempted to murder their own prophets in the past. And I do think that the subsequent plague that visited the people there, the destruction of the temple, the various happenings there were not an accident. And also the status of the Alexandrian Jews at the time, that they were mixing their religion with Plato already. So I don't know if many of these things are accidents or pre-planned, but definitely Plato employed these terms, and there's many who argue that Plato may have known something about Judaism. Now, this would be a real mind fuck. I mean, I've met people who claim that it's obvious that Plato knew something about Judaism itself. And he would have learned this through his knowledge or travels in Egypt, that he was somehow downloaded this kind of mythology or whatever of like the Jews, or he somehow found out about what the Jews believed or their fundamental belief system and their moral system. And some of the early writers of the church seem to have claimed this. And you'll see that later, Eusebius and Clement of Alexandria, they kind of say Moses and Plato were the same guy, that, one of the teachers, it's either Clement or Eusebius that says that actually, you know, the Phaedrus of Plato and the letters of St. Paul are similar. So it's the church fathers themselves who are claiming these things. I'm simply just showing people that this is what they say.
If you could do me a favor, if you ever get a chance to find that quote and send it to me, I would be very curious.
Oh, I'll give it to you right now.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you right now. And you know what's crazy about it? It's from the book that David Patrick uses. He's acknowledged. I've acknowledged it on stage with him, held the book up, and he's claimed, as he's claimed that this is where he's deriving the information from, the source he's using. I literally held up the book. I said, I have Copleston medieval philosophy right here. I've read the whole thing. And he said, yeah, that's right. That's a good book to derive the information from. So in his own words, he says this is a good place to derive the information. And I'll show you what it says. I presented this to Resident Sleeper, and I don't think I got a fair response. But there's much time, and of course, he doesn't have all the time in the world to engage, but I think I'll leave it at this quote. Leave this broadcast, this lovely broadcast at this quote, and we'll pick it up tomorrow night sometime. But yeah. But I mean tonight, since it is morning. But
yeah, I got to go to bed too. But yeah, man,
yeah,
I really did enjoy it, and just real quick, I'll ask you, was Freud the only one who said that Akhenaten was potentially Moses as well, or did that come from a previous source? And if you don't know, it's okay, but I kept hearing that the past couple of days, and I remember you mentioned that as well. So I was just curious if there's another connection for me to look into.
Well, I think you mean Jung and those guys. They would think of them as like the same archetype, or it was actually.
I heard Freud did that as well. Actually, I heard Freud said that, but yeah, I'll double check on that. But
yeah, that would be interesting to me. I know definitely it's a theosophical notion, because well, they say that it's coming from the notion of Memphis Mizraim Freemasonry, where they have this kind of where it's based on Egyptian magic or whatever. But yeah, they had claimed that the magic came from Egypt, and that actually the source where the Jews learned it from was Moses, because he had been trained by the Pharaoh. And so they had derived this theory that this sort of monotheism that was formed in Egypt at the time was actually coming from Moses himself, that there's actually no such thing as Akhenaten. And of course, this is mythicism to conflate various historical figures together. One of the most famous ones is Jesus with Apollonius of Tyana. They claim they were the same person.
Well, I mean, I have to say one thing that's always stuck out to me from the first time I ever read the Bible. Jesus went to Egypt for a period of time, and you know, they just gloss over the first 30 years of his life. So I'm just saying, like, to me, it's just fascinating. You know what I mean? I don't know. And again, I'm not making an accusation. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that detail was there just for like fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's some reason why they mentioned that. I mean, that's just my hunch. I don't have any proof for that, but that's kind of my take on that.
And this is the interesting thing that you know, they have this crazy story in which is only in the Gospel of Luke about this census going on, and then, you know, Herod is taking this census, and you know, then they have to flee because he's gonna find out all the babies being born and kill all the babies. Well, for him to have done this historically, it seems quite a stretch that he would raid the villages and kill all the babies and also take a census. How they would take a census in ancient times, I mean, I mean, I don't know if they were that effective at taking census data, you know, in the Roman Empire, but you know, it does seem like a kind of an odd chain of events before they go to Egypt to escape sort of persecution and stuff. Well, the story's not in the other gospels, because they don't mention any information about Jesus's childhood in the other gospels.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. And again, this is embarrassing for someone who calls himself a Christian, but is there some story about how there was a king of Israel who was worried that some person born of a virgin was going to come and steal his throne from him or something as well? I mean, I remember hearing that somewhere, but I don't know if that's. Am I just imagining that, or is that something that was ever brought up?
Well, they're saying that the Herod doing this is mirroring Pharaoh doing this to the Israelites. You know, so there's like two stories mirrored back and forth about killing all the babies to try to not get the guy who's like born. You know,
so Herod was basically looking for Jesus the same way that they were looking for Moses, essentially.
yeah, yeah, that Pharaoh was looking for Moses. It's kind of like a, you know, and they do this a lot in the Gospels. You know, they'll say, you know, like Jesus, like Jesus' story has parallels with Jonah's story and different things, and you know, they have kind of this, you know, mirroring effect, you know, and that's with everything in the Bible, really, or with everything in a really well written or tale, really. You know, you'll find that the point that was made at the beginning repeats itself at the end to kind of create an infinity loop, so that the work actually becomes timeless. Because when you go rewatch the thing, you know, you find that the all of the statements from the beginning to the end were actually making a statement about the beginning and the end. You know, so it becomes powerful work of art, self-referential infinity loop, you know, creating its own engine within the storyline, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I know we should go. We should get some sleep. But I appreciate that because no, because
For
it,
sure.
you know, you say that to a Christian and they just say, "Well, that's what it says," and it's like, "Well, yeah, that's what it says," but obvious, you know, most likely it has multiple meanings if they're doing a callback, right? I mean, obviously
Yeah.
something else going at play here, right? So.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this because you asked for this, and this is a great place to start the mysteries. Really, you know, these are just open questions. You know, I wonder what this means. It says, and I'll just read this paragraph, and then we'll end this broadcast here for the people that are watching. But yeah, it's page 44 within this book, It's called it's a chapter called Pre-Medieval Influences During the Patristic Period, and this is A History of Philosophy, Volume 2, Medieval Philosophy by Frederick Copleston, a book widely referenced by Jay Dyer, both Jay Dyer and David Patrick Harry. They both used it to expound on history of philosophy. It says here on this page, Saint Clement had spoken of Plato as Moses. Clement considered that Plato and Moses were in agreement. It also says blessed Trinity on the blessed Trinity. Plato agreed with the sacred literature of the Hebrews in his idea of God, but he also suggests in his letters the idea of the blessed Trinity. On this point, Eusebius is, of course, interpreting Plato in a Neoplatonic sense and is referring to the three principles of the one or good, the nous or mind, and the world soul, which come from Plotinus. And at the bottom of the paragraph, it says, while the moral teaching of the Phaedrus reminds Eusebius of St. Paul, Phaedrus of Plato, even Plato's political idea found its realization in the Jewish theocracy. So I don't know how to reconcile any of those statements. But yeah.
Can you repeat that last sentence one more time? And I apologize.
It says, oh yeah, for sure, no worries. It says, even Plato's political idea found its realization in the Jewish theocracy. How could anyone who read the Republic make a statement like that? That is the same as a Jewish theocracy. That's absurd.
Yeah, and so the question I would have is, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Then, if you were to accept that, I mean, that's
well. I think that it's and I think that David Patrick Harry is kind of right here in saying it's both and, because it's like yes, Christianity did have its independent thing, and it did link up with these traditions later down the road, but he would say that this is an organic mixture, meaning that Christianity just happened to agree with these things. But I think that no, it was put together with Christianity, grafted in, to the Christian message, sort of haphazardly, and that the original message of Christianity still remains without this Platonism, you know what I mean, attached to it. That's how I feel. But they would say that, well, it just naturally agrees with it, and I say, well, that's just weird. Because Plato's pagan, and he promotes lots of things that seem to stray very far from the Christian ideal, such as eugenics and other things.
yeah. And on that point, I do have a thought, but I'll save it because that's that what you just read is very, 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 very it's a very interesting quote, to say the least.
Yes, yes, and we'll pick it up right here with this quote next time, because I wanted to discuss three figures. One being Lao Tzu, the other being Socrates, and the third one being Jesus. And maybe we can talk about these three figures and gain some semblance on what a philosopher is, what a mystic is, and what a prophet, or a person who gains revelation, or a person who is a spiritual teacher, maybe.
That sounds like a really interesting place to pick it up. So yeah, tomorrow then.
Yeah, or I should say tonight. so tonight we'll be coming back at you with 4 more hours of content about these issues. So and hopefully the internet will um be there working with us this time. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Have a blessed night.
Have a blessed one. And we'll also open it up with this Jay Dyer video, Leaving Islam. Interesting. Yes. And,
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I'll probably take a look tomorrow and see kind of what they get into, because I'm sure it will be illuminating.
Illuminating, just like our friend Illumatami, shining light on this broadcast when the lights go out. Yeah, thank you, my friend, wherever you may be. And thank you to all the people. Thank you to Drew from Get Chalked Up for bringing people over, telling people to come to this channel when I was starting up my live stream there. Blessings to him very much for hosting me many times. And thank you to all our YouTube friends, and really to the homie Neurojack for always sticking around, for real, man. Thank you, man. You know I appreciate you, and you know I love you, man. You know.
Yeah, I love you too, brother. Thank you for doing this and hosting, and yeah, thanks to everybody who did jump on, because I listened to the whole stream pretty much, so or as much as I could. So yeah, and it was a good. I mean, I enjoyed CBO and you. You guys both did a really interesting conversation, and yeah, looking forward to next one.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be bringing it to you guys tonight, and I hope you have a blessed night of sleep, my friend. Thank you for joining again.
Yeah, thank you, man. We'll see you tomorrow or tonight. Bye bye.
Yep. You have a blessed day, and thank you to everyone for joining. We're gonna close it out here with this just Allah. How about that? You guys have a blessed morning, man. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll see you guys tonight.
Yo. We bustin' right out the creases. Fuck a white Jesus. You blinded by the light of deceivers and pieces. The real truth right in front of you. I am everyone and none of you. I gave my only begotten son to you. Return to earth as a person, only to see you mouse niggas running from the serpent. Blind and dumb. I'm rhyming till the devil's rule is done. Cause the God knows a liar and the fool is one. Raise the holy flag, put me near the president's grab. I'll be riding to Iran with his head in the back. Niggas know it's on till you dead and done with. Draining the fucking red out the legs or run with. Holding myself down on the black side. Y'all stay on that side. I'm a piece of God magnified. You liquefied inside the minds of discern. The same guy put your forefathers in the fucking furnace. You blind to your own self. I have floated stealth, no belts, no help. Too sophisticated, tip of my head are gold plated. I'm born with the souls of men. Originated, this shot right in your fucking head with a dart, blow you apart. Niggas know I storm from the start. Keep you off, turn your fingers off, keep your ringers off, leave your fingers crossed, keep your bullshit and singer lost.
You like a slow snake, motherfucker, you so fake. Say you don't fuck with swine, but you brushing your teeth with Colgate. Eating hostess, breaking it down, cystic fibrosis, diagnosis of trigonosis and glaucosis. My cannon casts my souls from hell to fill you. I can find 3 reasons in the Bible I should kill you. God gives and forgives, man gets and forgets. Correct your ways and actions or die in your regrets. We running shit, overthrowing your government and torture you with the harshest Islamic punishments. Biting my rhymes, I rip your tongue out your mouth. Wicked poems, sticks and stones to break your bones. Drag you on your face to a fiery abode, to remain for eternity to serve a sentence you owed. How evil is that destination for you to rest as the angel of death snatches your last breath. I was mine, that place behind.